Chapter 422. We're capable of destroying Water City, and we're even capable of causing Lady Storm's death. In that case, how much are you willing to pay in order to reclaim your own capital? Dasos first wanted to laugh out loud when someone said such a thing in front of him. He felt that this joke was hilarious, but when he looked at this messenger from the Northlands who had a special status, he couldn't bring himself to joke about it. Instead, he fell silent. Galena, queen of the Sluwer kingdom in the Northlands, suddenly personally visiting the Ottoman Empire, which was currently in the midst of war. This was quite surprising. Perhaps this suggestion was quite inconceivable, but since this person before him was making such a suggestion, Dasos would have to carefully consider the implications. Galena was that person's chosen messenger and representative, or more accurately, his successor. Time would always advance without anyone noticing. More and more people noticed the changes in the frozen lands of the Northlands. The miracles that happened after that person returned to the Northlands allowed all bystanders to see what the future would look like. It was likely that nothing would be able to stop the new Mist Alliance from unifying the entire Northlands. After all, there were now far too many miraculous things in that formerly desolate land. More and more people were paying attention to it as the birthplace of magical engineering. It was an example of how many different species could live together. It was a holy land for law. The elves, beastmen, undead, underground factions, and human factions had allied together. Their newest social system made it possible for many species to live together. Even sand could be gathered to form a tower, not to mention the fact that they were all from powerful combat species. Knowledgeable people could already see that within 2 or 3 years, a megafaction would gradually rise up in the Northlands. Unlike the chaotic Achi world, the Northlands were peaceful. Or perhaps it should be said that the Northlands had already passed their tribulation. While other countries and species were busy dealing with their own problems, the Northlands were able to grow and strengthen in a relatively peaceful environment. They even had the spare capacity to support other countries. And in this new power, the 2 females of the Mist were destined to become the core. One of them was Renee Cheen Mist, whom Dasos had already met before, and the other was Galena. Of course, he didn't know that he had already seen this girl's other appearance. For Achi, who had absolute royal authority, a ruler's personal charisma and abilities were incredibly important. It was no exaggeration to say that a fatuous ruler could destroy a country, while a virtuous ruler could bring prosperity to a country. Dasos had already evaluated both of the Mist Tribe's princesses, and his evaluation of Renee was slightly higher than before. Although her combat achievements and power level had obviously improved, judging from how she was constantly avoiding politics, she had probably evolved from a mere flower vase used for propaganda purposes into a valiant general who could take charge of an entire region. However, Dasos only had one evaluation of this little Northlands queen who rarely appeared in public. She was unfathomable. She had been hunted down at a young age and escaped into the underground world. She grew up in the chaotic underground world and finally returned to the Northlands to seize power. If this story was given to an outstanding bard or playwright, perhaps a classic story about the princess's revenge would be written. Ordinary people might only treat it as a story, but powerful emperors could see many other things from it. The underground world. Didn't that man also return from the underground world? Could it be that she obtained that man's recognition in the underground world and was able to restore her country? Sometimes how far the truth deduced from various sources was from reality would depend on the person's imagination. In the eyes of schemers and those with power, there are no coincidences in this world. Everything was a plan and a contingency plan. However, from Darsos's point of view, the intelligence agents had already gotten the answer from the minor details. The little girl in front of him seemed to be around 10 years old, but she had abilities that far exceeded her age and appearance. She was skilled in government affairs, industry, economy, and the balance of power. She had only been in power for a year, but not only had the country been firmly grasped in her hands, it was even showing signs of resurgence. Some things could be explained by talent, but things like government affairs and industry required the accumulation of sufficient practical experience and theoretical systems. It was impossible to reach such a level at such a young age without the guidance of a veteran. And this time, the way the little queen addressed that man explained everything. Adoptive father. Yes, Galena was that man's adopted daughter. That man often came to talk to her in private. Now that I thought back on it, it was likely that he was teaching and guiding her. And now her identity was no longer limited to just a single country. In the Mist Alliance, which was still in the process of being established, she was actively promoting all aspects of communication and integration. Every major event was personally planned and decided by her. As the Mist Alliance, which was a new faction, became more and more mature, she also gained more and more authority and status as the leader of the Mist Alliance. In fact, even when that man wasn't in the Northlands, the people around her had already recognized her as his representative. This wasn't easy at all. This was basically another type of crown prince regent. The Northlands people of the Mist were also more and more accepting of this little queen who suddenly returned. In fact, she was on the same level as the incredibly famous Night Princess, calling her the Twin Star Princess. Obviously, that was a reference to the legendary Twin Star Prince. And in the current people of the Mist's hearts, the valiant and battle-savvy Renee was the same as the impulsive and battle-hungry Prince Cavendish from back in the day. And this intelligent and capable Queen Galena, although she didn't always have a kind smile like the child of holy light from back in the day, was the successor of Prince Roland from back in both ability and inheritance. With them here, the day of our people of the Mist's revival is right before our eyes. 300 years ago belonged to the era of the Twin Star Prince. Perhaps the Twin Star Prince and the Mist Kingdom finally met their end together. But no country or powerful individual would be able to ignore that final flash of light. The Twin Star Prince's final roar caused the entire world to tremble. That single country's victory against 17 countries was nothing short of a fantasy. Not to mention the 2 undead calamities and the demon calamity that followed. Even though the Twin Star Prince was ultimately destroyed, the people of the Northlands remembered the Twin Star Prince's name and traces of his deeds. Wherever the people of the Mist lived in the Northlands, there would always be statues of the Twin Star Prince, which had already become totem-like spiritual protectors. And now, the Twin Star Prince's inheritance and bloodline hadn't been severed yet. The former prince of the Mist hid in the world and acted in the shadows, while his chosen successor raised the Twin Star Prince's flag. Naturally, all of the people of the Mist chose to return to this flag. Every day, countless people of the Mist traveled thousands of kilometers to return to the Twin Star Prince's home. The newly reborn Mist Kingdom and Mist Alliance were becoming stronger every day. Actually, the truth was always stranger than the stories. Fate was playing a joke on the Mist. Not only was Renee Roland's successor, even Renee was Cavendish's successor. It seemed that some things were destined to be different, while some things had returned to their starting point. After saying such astonishing words, Galena didn't even try to conceal her demonic, vertical pupils in the slightest. Darso's originally joking words were swallowed back into his stomach. Darsos didn't dare to be the slightest bit rude to this 10-year-old, expressionless little girl. In his opinion, Galena would sooner or later become an equal existence to him. Why would such a person have the leisure to travel thousands of kilometers just to joke around with him? And as long as it came from her mouth, no matter how ridiculous the suggestion was, he would have to seriously consider it. After a long period of consideration, Darsos gave his own answer. I originally wanted to joke around and say that as long as you can do it, I'm even willing to give you half of the Ottoman Empire. But when I think about that adopted father of yours who seems to be capable of doing anything, I feel that there's no need to say such a thing. The Emperor paused for a moment before making his promise. There's no need to say any nonsense about eternal allies. Neither of us believe in so-called eternal. But as long as you can do this, our 2 countries will naturally become the strongest of allies. And as the Ottoman Emperor, I promise that if you can achieve such a miracle, we'll hand over the Endo dukedom and Safa kingdom to you. At the same time, we'll open all our markets to you, allowing you to obtain some resources that can be exchanged for money in the Ottoman Empire for 30 years. The Endo dukedom and Safa kingdom were both subordinate countries to the north of the Ottoman Empire. The Endo dukedom was a mountainous country as well as a mining country. However, its mining production had been decreasing in recent years. Safa kingdom was a country with many different species living together. Safa kingdom's main citizens were mountain dwarves and dwarves. From this, it could be seen how much research Dasos had done on the Northlands. These two countries didn't take up much land, nor did they have a large population, nor did they have any potential for war. However, they had what the Mist Alliance and the Northlands lacked the most: a large number of skilled miners, blacksmiths, and technicians. The Northlands didn't lack mines, but they lacked miners. The Northlands didn't lack advanced technology or researchers, but they lacked excellent blacksmiths and industrial foundations. If the Mist Alliance obtained these two countries, it would be quite predictable that its power would increase explosively in a short period of time. While opening up all markets seemed simple, it was actually nearly impossible to obtain in this generation. Transportation in the Aichi region was inconvenient. Caravans and merchant convoys all had to risk their lives. It was only natural that a country's specialty products would be sold at 10 times the price. However, in a competition of national interests, the tremendous benefits of international trade couldn't even compare to the inconvenience of not being able to purchase what was needed at a critical time. During a war, if you needed a certain secret weapon that required blue water gems as a material, but you couldn't obtain them, or if you didn't have enough food, the neighboring countries wouldn't sell them to you. Åland was a quasi-mega empire. Its territory was incredibly vast. Luxury goods, military resources, rare minerals, magical weapons, food, and so on would all seem incredibly important to a small country. However, to Åland, if Åland completely opened up its market to a certain country, that would be an incredibly solid relationship of mutual benefits. Although the Åland Empire would definitely lose some of its trade benefits, the Mist Alliance and the Åland Empire would become the most solid of allies. This was the heart of an emperor. What the Northlands offered wouldn't be the most important to Dasos, but it would be what the Northlands needed the most. This would allow Dasos to obtain even more benefits. And as long as he successfully conquered the capital city, Dasos' own reputation would surpass that of the Northlands' founding emperor. The citizens would support him, and the entire country's power would reach the pinnacle with the birth of an aerial fleet. As for the exchange of vassal countries, in this generation, it was quite common for vassal countries to change their ruler. There wouldn't be much benefit in forcefully exploiting a vassal country. As long as the news wasn't publicized on a large scale, it would be fine. I'll also add the Milos Federation. Milos was also a vassal country of the Ottoman Empire. There wasn't anything special about it, but it would allow 3 countries to share a mountain range. And as long as the Mist Alliance passed through these 2 countries, the most difficult part of the Mist Alliance would be connected to these 2 countries. It would seem that Glina had done her homework. The Mist Alliance intends to expand southward. It won't go any further south. There's a limit to the area we can protect. Blindly expanding will only bring trouble upon ourselves. Deal. When the 2 of them shook hands, a secret deal involving a god, a capital city, and 3 kingdoms was finalized. Chapter 4:23. What is ice? Just like how Harloise had enlightened me back in the day, my system had directly given me a question for me to think about. But unlike how confused I was back in the day, the current me could already be considered a master of ice magic. Ice is a special form of water. Ice magic is an extension of water magic. All I need to do is use magic power to create water that can rapidly change its form. This was Roland Blackhand's way of thinking in his second life. He was quite a transmigrator, quite scientific and quite practical. And so he created the illusion of ice that was most suitable for himself. In order to use illusion to the extreme, one would need extreme fine-tuning abilities and calm decisiveness. However, it was suitable for Blackhand, who was determined to abandon all human emotions. No, it should be said that only Blackhand himself would have such an ability. Ice? It's nothing more than a tool. There's no foundational difference from fire or wind magic. It's just a tool for me to use for revenge. I still don't have enough power to make those bastards pay the price. I need stronger, more destructive power. The ice aeon in history gave me inspiration. The inconceivable wishing machine gave me a stairway to the void. Between dreams and reality, I saw many ancient eras and the universe's ice aeon. I brought that ice aeon, which was the most despairing of all life, into reality. The Emperor of Yonye desired to bring eternal darkness to the living, which was why the despairing ice aeon had descended. Power? Existence? No, the ice aeon is only my homeland in my heart. I want to use my own brush to paint the beautiful scenery of the Northlands, and foundational magic is the best brush for me. Under Harlow's guidance and Frigid Maw's guidance, the current Roland Blackhand gained new understandings. No, just this isn't enough. Ice is only the material for painting. I can use it to create an entire world. I can create my own frigid winter earth. And in the face of a mortal Lorcan's crisis, I took the most important step. However, perhaps not many people knew the true meaning of this step. It represented hope for everything. Even with my 3 lives' worth of experience, I couldn't get the same answer. Every piece of the puzzle seemed real, but also seemed like a part of the story of the blind trying to figure out an elephant. I should be glad that very few people have 3 completely different experiences with ice. No, it should be said that, apart from me, it is impossible for anyone else to have more than 2 levels of experience. When a person learned a certain type of knowledge system, they would gradually advance from shallow to deep. After reaching a certain realm, they would often have their own path, and this path was basically unique. Even if the same person walked it again, due to the influence of those accidental factors, it would not be completely consistent. This kind of experience could only be experienced once in a person's life. It was like pouring water into a cup. How could a cup that was already full be filled with water? Even if the cup was destroyed and started all over again, it would be impossible to get rid of the traces of the past. This was the reason why a person could only have one soul imprint. Unless one could empty their head or even start from the soul, they would be able to start a new life from scratch. However, this was obviously beyond common sense. However, some things were beyond the scope of common sense, such as reincarnation and the system. Everyone had their own way of appreciating the same painting, but I had 3 completely different perspectives. Life's experiences were like a cup that was gradually being filled to the brim. It could only be done once, but I had already emptied it and had to drink it 3 times. Learning ice magic in 3 lives was because my soul had been injured in the cycle of reincarnation. This was both fortunate and unfortunate. However, I had learned and grasped ice magic from 3 completely different perspectives. When I thought back to the past, those useless efforts became 3 lives' worth of experience that others would never be able to obtain. Just based on my understanding of the essence of ice magic, I doubted that anyone had a deeper understanding of it than I did. Then what is ice? I still don't know. I can see it from 3 different perspectives. Is combining them all together the correct answer? Then there would be 4 lives, 5 lives, 13 lives. Could it be that I would be able to come up with a new answer that would also be correct? Could it be that this is the legendary multiple choice question? If I ask myself honestly, I didn't understand it as well as I did in the beginning. Was this the legendary saying that the more you knew, the more you felt like you didn't know enough? At the very least, if this was in the past, I would have unhesitatingly come up with a definition. But now, it was impossible for me to come up with a definition. And so, combining everything together and coming up with a new path was naturally even more impossible. I can't think of anything. Isn't ice just ice? What's so special about it? Hey, system, tell me the answer. My comprehension abilities aren't high enough, so I really can't think of anything. Didn't you already think of it? Ice is ice. It's a form of water, one of the 4 major elements that make up the world. All the definitions were created by later generations. Even ice magic was created from water magic. How could it possibly have the essence of ice? You're joking with me. And then I was unable to say anything else as countless knowledge and images suddenly flooded into my mind. The very first secrets of ice were revealed to me. This was a scene from when the world was first created. The amount of information contained in this information far surpassed what any human could accept. At first, I felt a splitting headache, but I was unable to faint no matter how hard I tried. And when the information was all poured into me, I didn't even have the time to say anything as I directly collapsed on the ground. I hope that I made the correct choice this time. While Roland was having a headache, the changes in the world didn't slow him down at all. Damn it! Just where is the god equipment of fire? Even the normally good-tempered Solo was currently quite annoyed. Due to a certain lady's impulsiveness, all of his original plans had been ruined. The god equipment of fire that the water elemental goddess was supposed to retrieve could only be temporarily set aside. Meanwhile, the water elemental goddess herself, or rather, the remnants of the water elemental goddess, were all inside the ice crystal in Solo's pocket. It was unknown whether or not she would be able to survive. At the very least, there was no one who could answer Solo's doubts right now. And if he couldn't complete this task, it was likely that he wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Right now, he was like a headless fly running around the water elemental plane. He had already attracted the attention of many powerful existences. Did you hear? A new battle to reclaim the capital is about to begin. In Allen's new capital, the dark clouds that always surrounded it seemed to have lessened significantly. In the military camp, the military officers and superior knights were currently conversing with each other. They hadn't received any orders yet, but just from the adjustments to their supplies and personnel, they who had already experienced more than 70 battles had already come to a conclusion. A new round of battles in the capital was about to begin. Aren't we waiting for the main fleet to take shape? Why is His Majesty taking action again? Could it be that the fleet is ready to move out already? No, I heard from my uncle that 5 of the old ships have already completed their basic modifications. They're still far from being ready. Then why is His Majesty in such a hurry? Could it be that the sea folk intend to take the initiative to attack? No. I heard that new reinforcements have arrived from the Northlands. I think the Night Princess is leading quite a few Aurora Knights. It seems to be a joint operation. That's wonderful. The young warriors all desired a chance to obtain battle achievements. However, it was likely that nobody would have expected that this would be the final battle to reclaim the capital. Meanwhile, in the new Ottoman capital, the Mist Alliance's embassy, the newly born twin princesses had reunited with each other. This time, the mission they were about to take on was at the level of myth-ranked difficulty. Chapter 4:24. Very few people knew how the tiny fairies became the world's strongest information specialists. Although they came in various sizes, the largest was only knee-height for an ordinary person, while the smallest would only be able to dance on a human's palm. If they participated in combat, the disadvantage of their size would be fatal. Perhaps size didn't represent ultimate power, but the fairies' long history didn't have any well-known heroes or warriors. Apart from being excellent at escaping, the fairies didn't have any particularly outstanding natural talents. Naturally, they didn't have any outstanding combat achievements. Yet, they still did quite well in the mortal plane, where there was no lack of competition between species. In fact, they even had their own merchant guilds, business centers, and information centers in the extremely xenophobic human countries, which was quite impressive. It wasn't that no one had ever tried to track down the fairy's secret, but the fairies always ended up vanishing without a trace. When they reappeared, they would say things like, "Ah, a fairy tale kingdom." So many cute fairies. What a delicious strawberry cake, but I really can't eat it anymore. Let's give it to the little bunnies over there, and so on. Perhaps mortals would think that the fairies' kingdom would be very cute and fairy tale-like, but there would always be a large gap between reality and perception. Damn it, the entire world is at war, and it's hard for me to do business. It seems that a difficult winter is coming. The one-eyed black fairy had a cigar in his mouth and a small goblin gun in his hand. As he spoke, he puffed out a cloud of smoke. His body size was severely overweight. From afar, he looked like a ball. However, he had a rainbow-colored transparent wing on his back. Every time he flapped his wing, fluorescent pollen would fall down. He seemed just like a fairy who always played the good guy in fairy tales. But the truth is that our business has been increasing recently. More accurately speaking, compared to last quarter, the Black Forest series of magazine sales have increased by an average of 35%. Our Ace magazine, Wind and Cloud Nights, monthly sales have increased by 91%. The main decrease is in the sales of hero figurines, portraits, toys, and so on. He was wearing a neatly ironed shirt and Western-style pants. He wore gold-rimmed glasses that always represented intelligence. Yet he was wearing a short black fairy with a curved nose, dead fish eyes, and a face full of stinky pimples. It seemed quite out of place. Judging from his nose ring and crooked wooden staff, he was just like a little Ana Baba who always acted as the antagonist in fairy tales. The Casolan Dukedom is holding a New Year celebration? Are you stupid? What's there to report about such a small country? I'm going to deduct your salary. What? They were going to announce something important during the celebration. It was highly likely that they were going to leave San Antonio and join the Mist Alliance. F***CK, this is big news. Gather the information first. We'll send reinforcements to you immediately. Those great demons are starting to build cities? They didn't swallow those poor villagers, but raise them? You're kidding me. The background of the two fairies' discussion was the busy crowd of fairies. Some of them were yelling at a certain black crystal amulet. Some were yelling back and forth with wires and tubes, and some were writing furiously. The chaotic scene was just like the busy editing department before the deadline. But the place they were currently in wasn't a fairy tale forest with green grass and blue skies. Instead, it was a city filled with civilization. The streets were filled with busy people, and there were factories not far away from them. There were printing factories, toy factories, handicraft factories, and so on. All sorts of signs were clearly visible. If one had to compare the city to other cities, it would be that the people on the streets were all fairies. The sky was dark, and the sunlight couldn't be seen. However, the lights along the streets made this city seem like a city that never slept. The fairies didn't make this city into a kingdom of dwarves just because of their small bodies. The main reason was that this city was filled with servants of other species. The enormous, muscular, 2-meter-tall demons with silly expressions were considered distant relatives of the fairies, as well as their protectors. And this city of fantasy wasn't located in the mortal plane. Instead, it was located in the gray shadow plane, which surpassed all knowledge. The fairies weren't afraid of death as they gathered information everywhere. Actually, they wouldn't even die in the HE plane. Their bodies in other planes were a special collection of shadow negative energy. If they met with danger, all they needed to do was dispel their bodies. However, they weren't immortal. The reason they were able to live in this special negative energy plane was because they were a combination of energy and physical bodies. They were a strange type of half-energy life form, just like the shadows of other life forms. They needed other species' recognition in order to obtain a type of energy similar to the power of belief in order to maintain a living state. Otherwise, they would be nothing more than a pile of rotten meat. And this type of energy needed to be constantly replenished. Although they could eat, they could only taste it and couldn't fill their stomachs. If they said that they were hungry, that would mean that they were about to die. That was why, since ancient times, Other species had gotten used to these seemingly omnipresent little fellows doing all sorts of things. In fact, they even tacitly agreed that these little fellows were members of the mortal plane, and the fairies gradually learned how to farm for their existence. They were the most proficient at having intelligence organizations spread throughout the entire world, as well as trading in dangerous areas. However, they were also the ones who had created such a well-developed news and advertising industry in the mortal plane of Ike. It was just that all the other newspaper industries combined couldn't compare to them. Being able to transmit information from the mortal plane to the mortal plane of Ike in a timely manner was something that ordinary life forms couldn't compare to. Of course, in order to farm for their existence, the fairies would always modify or even create all sorts of stories and legends. They would constantly have their own species, branches appear. Fairies, little demons, shadow monsters, and so on would appear. And when the fairies discovered that children's energy was the most delicious and stable, not only would there be special squads that would come to scare children, there would even be the legendary great fairies that would give good children end-of-year presents. This was why the fairies' toy factories never stopped working all year round. And the dark-skinned fat fairy named Black was one of the top 3 bosses in this city. He had 4 toy factories, 2 printing factories, and more than 10 magazines, monthly magazines, and daily newspapers under his control. The energy he obtained was enough to support several thousand fairies. And as a fashion, he even had more than 10 concubines. Not only were there fairies and great demons, there were even humans and elves from the mortal plane. Why was this fashion? This type of half-energy life form's reproduction ability was completely different from that of a normal life form. It was similar to a type of self-splitting after reaching full energy. Their newly split offspring would have nothing to do with them, and those so-called concubines would probably only be able to provide them with a bit of energy. And now, this fairy was quite troubled. He swore on his beard that hadn't been shaved in 3,000 years that his business had met with some major trouble. What? It's fine as long as there aren't any problems with the food production industry and the newspaper industry. As my vice general manager, you're far too short-sighted. I'm even considering whether or not I should replace you. I'm sorry, boss. Please give me some pointers. Although the feelings of his own kind couldn't be used as food, Black really liked seeing his subordinates look at him with fear and respect. He viciously took a puff on his cigar and puffed out a few smoke rings before speaking viciously. Humph, it's not because you've been following me for 100 years, you idiot. Just look, the business of daily necessities is booming everywhere, but the sales of luxury goods are plummeting. Also, those species that suddenly appeared are fighting against the big guys. This only means that a periodic calamity is about to arrive, a great famine. A great famine! The little Anababa Albert was rather astonished. Would there really be a famine in the mortal plane? Or a famine for us fairies? Yes, as long as those stupid big guys start their so-called holy war again, a large number of people will be reduced, and the amount of food that our race can obtain will be drastically reduced. According to the previous statistics, in fact, our final population reduction ratio is the same as that of the big guys. From a certain standpoint, the number of fairies was determined by the number of living beings in the mortal plane. There was a limit to how many humans could provide for a single little fairy. If the number of living beings in the mortal plane greatly decreased, the number of fairies would naturally decrease as well. The same? During the previous Great Famine, only 7% of us fairies survived. Considering that we raised a bunch of big guys as food, less than 3% of the big guys in that world survived until the end of the war. Black was one of the few old fairies who had survived the previous Great Famine. Even he didn't know how many little fairies he had split into. However, the pitiful sight of corpses all over the ground left him terrified just thinking about it. It was only natural that a war that could change the ruling species of this world would be so pitiful. That means that only 3% of us will survive this time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Albert's terrified scream echoed in the room. All the fairies looked in his direction, but Old Black didn't say anything and directly opened fire. Albert gasped when he felt the bullet graze his face. He instantly calmed down and crouched on the ground in surrender. Only now did he remember that his boss hated meaningless screams the most. Last time, that huge demon who screamed so loudly was directly sent to the mortal plane. He didn't even know how he died. Black spat on the ground when he saw that Albert was sent flying. However, he didn't open fire a second time. He was somewhat superstitious and felt that since Albert was lucky enough to not be shot, there was no need to shoot him again and waste his good luck. Lucky brat, I hope that you'll survive this times 3%. Now you know how our fairies got their blessing. Don't have such a bitter expression. This time, us old guys won't just foolishly watch on. At the very least, we'll think of a way to help more big guys survive. Tell all the department heads to come here. What do we need to do? First, we need to let the big guys know how serious the situation is. Armageddon is right before us. Then how should we do that? Even if we go outside and tell the big guys, they won't believe us, will they? It seems that I really need a new deputy general manager. You're so stupid. Albert finally came to a realization when Old Black Fairy stared at the fairy reporters and editors who were busy again. You're saying that we need to do a publicity campaign? Tell the big guys that we're in big trouble? Yep, that's the conclusion we came up with back in the day. Now, we've used so many years to control the big guys' public opinion and newspaper business. It would be such a waste to just sit around and do nothing. Tell the little guys that we'll pay them 3 times the overtime rate. We'll immediately add a special issue if we can figure out all the trouble by tomorrow morning. Chapter 4:25. Perhaps nobody expected that the fairies would be the most sensitive about the Holy War, even though they didn't seem to have anything to do with it. Perhaps it was precisely because the fairies had nothing to do with the benefits of the Holy War that they would automatically become losers as soon as the Holy War began. That was why they were able to see the situation clearly from a bystander's point of view and were the first to issue warnings. But when the urgent journal appeared in the various countries at a price far lower than the cost of production, and when the intelligence organizations of the various countries were unable to collect information became cheap entertainment, some things were suddenly revealed to the world. In that journal, the fairies' unparalleled intelligence, gathering, verification, and deduction abilities were all on full display. Not only did they mention that the mortal plane was currently facing an unprecedented threat, they even categorized the major problems they were currently facing. This made the scattered intelligence reports from all over the mortal plane truly effective. The most important ones were the 3 main types of threats. The first major threat was the return of the immemorial species. Actually, such problems would occur in every holy war. From a certain standpoint, the holy war would affect the rise and fall of every species. The ruling species of the past would always be the final victors of the officially permitted holy war. Humans had only ever been the ruling species of the past few holy wars, so the losers would naturally be unwilling to leave the stage of history. The first threat would be the elven kingdoms. They were the ruling species of the previous generation, but they lost their ruling status in the holy war that they won. After a long period of recuperation, the elves didn't dare to be lonely and desired to return to the stage of history. With the protection of the elf gods, along with so many years of accumulation and the natural talents of the elves, along with the vassal species, the elves would be a force to be reckoned with if they caused trouble. The human kingdoms had always been wary of the elves, so it was only natural that they would be the second most likely victors. But the prerequisite was that the elves would first have to decide who would represent the elves. Perhaps there would be an internal conflict among the elves. The elven kingdoms in the southwestern mountains were dominated by the Silver Elves. They had already established a new, united kingdom at the end of last year. Nominally, this kingdom didn't have an elf king, but the Silver Elf war god Sonia was secretly behind this kingdom. Sonia was the second most powerful individual in the elf god faction, although he never had much of presence. The Saint Heen Empire had just been established, and more than 20 kingdoms of the elves had already declared war on it. At the same time, an equal number of kingdoms of the elves had declared their subordination. The moon elf, Queen, a fine as name, explained everything. Although it hadn't been stated explicitly, everyone knew that the main god of the elves, Anslo, was behind this kingdom. Obviously, the moon elves, silver elves, and the gods behind them had decided to use strength to decide who would be the boss. The silver elves were originally a warrior race among the high elves. They were brave and skilled in battle, while the moon elves were skilled in divine arts and magic. They had countless secret manuals. Plus, Anslo was obviously more powerful than Sonia, so the moon elves were more likely to win. Of course, it was also possible that this was just false information to conceal the vision of the other races. Perhaps the two families had already formed an alliance in private, but judging from the current situation of the battle, the possibility was a little low. That's right, the elves' internal war had already begun, and it was incredibly cruel. Both sides unhesitatingly used ancient magical weapons and high-level magic. Every day, over 10,000 elves and 3 times that number of vassal species died on the battlefield. Although the neighboring human countries weren't affected, they were all on high alert. The second returning species that the fairies viewed as a major threat were the undead of the Tark Republic. The undead's past and present had already been revealed by Roland Mist, and the power behind them was frighteningly powerful. The names of the undead emperors were quite frightening. Although the undead emperors were restricted by the dimensional laws of the undead plane, the fairies unhesitatingly listed the undead plane as the second most dangerous of all top-level threats when considering the frightening combat potential of the undead plane. Of course, since the undead plane was viewed as a mega-threat, the journals would naturally write about them in detail. However, for Roland, who was familiar with the undead plane, this wouldn't be very meaningful. The third returning species was naturally the ogres. The ogres had once been the rulers of this plane, living in the same generation as the elves. However, the ogres also had a rather complicated relationship with the Tark Republic, the second most powerful species in the world. A large number of ogres had appeared in the Saffron region of San Antonio. There were many subspecies of ogres in the snowy plains, mountain cliffs, and forests. It was evident that the ogres had already merged with each other, rather than just a single branch species. It was likely that the ogres had royalty or a priest's bloodline behind them. Meanwhile, fire ogres had also appeared in the AMU mountains. These were strange, half-elemental, half-ogre creatures that were incredibly difficult to deal with. Originally, the ogres hadn't been viewed as a threat by everyone. In fact, some people were quite happy that San Antonio was finally in trouble. However, the fairies' analysis caused all the countries to be even more vigilant against the ogres. The ogres aren't the cannibals from the legends. The ogres have comforted the residents of the places they conquered and even provided them with food. The ogres are currently steadily establishing their own cities. Nobody knows how they arrived, but it's obvious that they're not a single species. It's highly likely that they have the support of a god. However, it was evident that the ogres had met with major trouble. Although it was unknown why the ogres had chosen the mountains around San Antonio as their base of operations, this mega-empire would definitely be difficult to deal with. The Sea Tribe was quite powerful, and they also had the support of a true god. However, considering that the Sea Tribe had to live in the sea or by the shore, their aggressiveness was limited. So the Sea Tribe's threat rating wasn't very high. Not only that, the Ottoman Empire was also there to deal with the Sea Tribe. Of course, the fairies' analysis wasn't complete. The ancient species that had only appeared in small numbers weren't on the Sea Tribe's list. The fairies had obviously missed out on the most important species, the return of the Titans and the awakening of the giants. However, the dragons and the Bardi Empire seemed to be fighting against these species as well. It could be said that just by looking at these returning species, it could be said that the mortal plane was in dire straits. Every major country had already met with their own problems. Any single country that collapsed would cause a chain reaction, The reason why the fairies viewed these returning species as their number one enemy was because they had once been the rulers of this world. They were highly aggressive and proactive. It would be impossible for the fairies to sit down and negotiate with each other before they suffered serious losses and defeats. Negotiate? Give us a small region to live in. Why should we? It's all ours to begin with. In this aspect, the outsiders that the fairies viewed as a level 2 threat were much better off. Out of all the outsiders, the ones that attracted the most attention were the gigantic bugs that had appeared around the North Sea. However, considering that the average temperature there was around -10 degrees Celsius, only primitive humans and seals would be on guard against them. The fairies were still collecting information on the bugs. However, the bugs were completely incapable of communicating with each other. They would even attack each other if they encountered them. Even if the fairies saw the bugs' communication, it would be useless. It would be incredibly difficult to obtain information on the bugs. This mission seemed to be impossible to complete in a short period of time. Then Roland shouted, "Are you kidding me? This doesn't seem right." These strange technological creatures had already tamed many native humans. They had even begun to construct strange buildings. It seemed as if they intended to stage a battle between technological colonists and magical natives. However, it seemed that there weren't many of them, so they didn't attract much attention. At least, not for the time being. Of course, not all the visitors came with evil intentions. Among the many strange guests, the cute and gentle orc subhumans were very popular. They called themselves the Kami people, but humans called them little orcs. The neighboring countries had already tried to interact with them. It had to be said that appearances were actually very important. For example, the octopus people were treated as monsters the moment they appeared, while the little orcs were very popular. Of course, the fairies wouldn't forget about the wood spirits, who were also a new species. However, it was evident that they were also cute and had been born pure. This world had accepted them from the very beginning. The wood spirits were viewed as a level 2 threat, not because they were a high level of threat. Instead, as the Holy War progressed, more and more new visitors arrived. Not only did this world become more and more colorful, but it also brought even more threats. The third threat was actually the main threat to this world: wars between human countries. It wasn't rare for humans to have internal wars. If it was rare, humans wouldn't fight each other. But right now, if one found a marker and painted the places where wars were about to break out red on a map, perhaps the final result would be a red rag. Small countries would declare war on small countries, while large countries would declare war on small countries and large countries. Even mega countries wouldn't declare war on each other. The ambitious ones had encountered the best era. Brave warriors desired to become heroes of the Holy War. The strong desired to obtain power and immortality. Kings desired to become heroic emperors who would leave their names in history. Even the gods desired to become stronger. In that case, there would be plenty of reasons for war. As for whether or not there was something fishy or some scheme behind the reasons for war, it was likely that even if there was concrete evidence, these people who desired more territory would pretend that they didn't see anything. Since the flames of the Holy War had been ignited, the Holy Church, which was embroiled in a war between divine authority and royal authority, no longer had any restraints. The ambitious ones who desired to plunder naturally took action. There were 3 main types of threats, and the list of threats was quite frightening. When Roland, who had just woken up from a deep sleep, saw this list, he could only helplessly shake his head. This was the damned inevitability of history. These countries and rulers wanted to fight and find reasons to expand their territory. Unless he killed them off one by one, it would be impossible to stop them. However, this wasn't meaningless to Roland. At the very least, it strengthened his resolve to carry out his plan at all costs. It was no longer the time to hesitate. There's not much time left. We need to hurry. Even if there are sacrifices, there's no other way. Chapter 4:26. Storm 9-Headed Dragon? That's what you're talking about? This was a decayed stone that seemed to be carved from stone. Or perhaps I should call it a stone that looked like a crossbow. This gray stone was covered in moss, and white dust kept falling off my hand. There was no elemental energy around this stone at all. It would have been nothing more than trash if left outside. However, this was indeed one of the 4 foundational elements of Dragon World. Dragon City had finally decided to deliver this god equipment of the wind element to me. This used to be a powerful wind element god equipment. It's said that it doesn't need any ammunition. Just the fierce winds it summons are capable of piercing through the clouds. And the angry roars of the wind element attacks are just like the angry roars of a giant dragon. That's how it got its name. The silly cat's knowledge of treasures was probably maxed out. She even knew about such a strange item. By the way, I should mention that the gold elves were the most skilled archers in ancient times. This god equipment is probably one of their ancestors' hidden treasures. In that generation, there were no gods of faith or divine concepts like we have today. Everyone was born gods. The gold elves had an incredibly long history, as they were one of the first creatures to be created in the mortal plane. It was no longer reliable to say that the gold elves were from the same generation as Ale. As for the gold elves' history, the last one was right in front of me. Considering how the silly cat was becoming more and more irritable due to the elves' internal conflicts in the mortal plane, I felt that it would be best not to actively try and provoke her. Yep, it sounds really amazing. But right now, it's probably too old even if you throw it in a museum. This god equipment sounded quite amazing, but it was obvious that it couldn't be used. I felt that no matter how amazing a god equipment was, if it wasn't maintained for several tens of thousands of years, it would become nothing more than a fossil. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't happen. That's because god equipment contains divine power, and the most basic attribute of divine power is eternal. Most god equipment won't naturally break. But the true reason why this god equipment became like this is because of the current situation in the mortal plane. It was obvious that a huge problem had appeared in this plane. As one of the 4 key nodes in the construction of this plane, this former divine artifact had obtained certain special privileges in this plane and had become the barometer of the plane. And it seemed like it would turn into sand with the wind at any moment, which also proved that this plane was in its final years. Since the Titans were known as the children of the earth, most of them were composed of the earth element. That was why, when they collapsed this dimension, they also affected the foundation of the 4 elements. When considering the opposing relationship between the 4 elements of wind and earth, I was absolutely certain that this wind god equipment had been the most damaged of the 4 elements of wind that had turned into a fossil. From a certain standpoint, Dragon City didn't have any good intentions. Considering how difficult it would be to obtain a fire-type god equipment in the water elemental plane, I told them that it would be best if I could obtain a fire-type god equipment. If that wasn't possible, I could also obtain a water-type god equipment. However, it was evident that they didn't listen. I flipped open my notebook and ticked it off. I had completed another quarter of my task. Of the 4 elemental god equipment, I had already obtained the god equipment of earth. The god equipment of fire shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yesterday afternoon's measurements showed that the elemental tide had become unbalanced again. It seemed that another elemental god had perished. Judging from the elemental waves, it was most likely the water elemental god. It seemed that Solo had successfully negotiated with the water elemental god. However, this unbalance actually made the Dragon World's elemental tide even more balanced. It would seem that the collapse of the Dragon World would be delayed. The main reason for Omdroken's incident wasn't that the Earth elemental god had died. It was that I had destroyed the Earth elemental throne. This was just like a government organization. If a department's manager died, it would be enough to simply replace him. The effects wouldn't be too great. However, if the department that manager was in charge of was destroyed, then the effects would be quite troublesome. The fire element was the opposite of the water elemental god. The fire element didn't have a fire elemental god to begin with, and now that the water elemental god was gone as well, the two elemental thrones were still in effect, making the balance even more balanced. Now that the wind elemental god and earth elemental god were both rather weak, the four elements were perfectly balanced. Alos, it would seem that the legends were indeed unreliable. She actually treated him as someone who lacked emotions. At the very least, Harloise wasn't wrong. She truly loved her husband deeply. In that case, I should revise my plan as well. After all, I really like happy endings. Yep, although we're the core members of the FFF faction, true love doesn't burn down has its own traditions. I slightly changed some things in my notebook, but placed them on the third priority list. I would only consider completing them if the conditions were met. Before completing my grand plan, any extra sympathy would be nothing more than an extravagant emotion. However, the fact that the four elements were perfectly balanced was similar to the ancient elemental balance. This was doubtlessly a good thing for those who desired to make breakthroughs. It was foreseeable that there would be a new batch of people who would make breakthroughs among my subordinates, which would be helpful for my future plans. In that case, I could barely count as owing them a favor. If the conditions were right, it would be fine to help them out. Think of an excuse to help them out? Is this what you call being a tsundra? It's not nice at all for a man to be tsundra. Nonsense. I don't even know if the soul burial ice will be able to protect their souls. They're elemental creatures, after all. Right? Did you deliver the second piece of soul burial ice? Yep. The messenger already reported that the person received the letter and the ice. He didn't tear it off? He didn't. I nodded. This was already far better than I had expected. It would seem that I had solved yet another problem. You're so evil. If he really did as you said in your letter, the entire world would probably be shocked. Your old friend would be in great trouble. Huh. That's exactly the effect I wanted. The third piece will be ready tomorrow. Someone will come to take it then. As for the last piece, you're still keeping secrets from me? No, I haven't thought of who to give it to yet. Anyone who can obtain this won't be a simple existence. If there's really no other choice, we can... No, that's the worst-case scenario. Let me think about it. I shook my head. I had gone too far this time. I had laid out far too many traps. If even one of them went wrong, it would be a huge problem. I had been dancing on a tightrope the entire time. One wrong step would send me into a bottomless abyss. Still, it seemed that I was dancing quite well. I'm about to obtain the divine item for the fire element. I've already obtained the divine item for the wind element and the earth element. All I'm missing is the divine item for the water element. Actually, I can make do with Stonevilla's ocean bottle. Of course, the prerequisite is that Lady Storm's divine power of the sea has already been filled to the brim. In that case, it seems that all the conditions have been met. We can start our plan now. Should I notify Orlos and Ale? Don't be in such a rush. There's only one chance. We'll be in big trouble if we alert the enemy. Let's first see what the situation is like with the Bardi and Ottoman Empire. It's about time to activate our two critical chess pieces. I closed my notebook, which was now covered with all sorts of notes and patches. It would seem that I had been in too much of a rush. After all, the goal that I had been pursuing for so many years was right in front of me. It was only natural for me to be anxious. Indeed, there's only one chance. If the information is leaked, we'll become the world's public enemy. We should be more cautious. I didn't expect that the silly cat would be even calmer than me at such a critical moment. She had clearly been so angry that she hadn't eaten for an entire day and night when she read about the fairy's special supplement. It seemed that the silly cat really didn't need to eat. In that case, wouldn't it be a waste for her to steal food from me? Right. How does it feel to reach the legend rank? Thanks to you, I've also broken through my bottleneck. I'm now at least 3 times stronger than I was a week ago. The silly cat was quite proud of herself. Breaking through to the legend rank had increased her mana by an entire level. She could now use many magic spells that she couldn't previously use. Plus, she could recover from all sorts of forbidden spells and minor forbidden spells. Not to mention, she also had this physical body's buff. It was only a casual statement that her mana had increased by 3 times. This is already the 5th time. What else can I feel? Although I had broken through, I could only smile wryly when I felt the incredibly special soul imprint in my heart. It wasn't that there was a problem with my soul imprint, or that my power level was lower than I had expected. It was the opposite. My power level had far exceeded my expectations, so I had profited. And it just so happened that this profited actually proved one of my guesses, which made me feel rather complex inside. I can only take things one step at a time. Chapter 4:27. Stonewood Fortress was the 2nd city in Barty's Perpetual Moon Commandery. It was also the final line of defense for Barty's capital, Perpetual Moon City. If Stonewood Fortress fell as well, it would be the same as declaring that the entire Perpetual Moon Commandery had fallen. However, in the recent Holy War, Barty had lost this important barrier. Now that Barty's famous and prosperous prefecture had fallen, it meant that nearly 2 million people had fallen into enemy hands. Barty had also lost control of an equivalent amount of resources and land. Barty's eastern front lines had been defeated far too quickly, to the point that the civilians in the rear hadn't been prepared at all. Most of the civilians, including Duke Evermoon, hadn't been able to evacuate in time and became prisoners of the Holy War. The Holy Church had also obtained an unprecedented victory and glory because of this. Unlike the Barty Empire's newly acquired barren lands, this prefecture had a large population and was rich in food, herbs, and handicrafts. It had been an important territory for the Barty Empire since more than 300 years ago. Not only did the Barty Empire's loss deal a blow to the Barty royal family's reputation and prestige, it even had a negative impact on the Barty Empire's national power. After the sudden arrival of reinforcements, when the evil dragons hidden among the heretics and cultists were defeated by the giants and angels, Cardinal Stephen, who was already prepared to commit suicide, felt as if he was being assisted by God. No, to be more precise, he was the son of fortune, favored by the God of holy light. To be honest, even the higher-ups of the Holy Church didn't think that they would be able to win this battle. The veteran General Gordon, who was ranked number 7 on the Holy Church's famous general rankings, refused to continue participating in this battle. That was why the Holy Church sent over the former Barty Diocese Bishop Stephen, who had received a lot of criticism from the Holy Church due to the stealing of credit incident. The main reason was that there were no more bishop-level members of the Holy Church who were willing to be the leader of the Holy Church. Since you're already destined to take the blame and step down, then it's the same to take one more blame. Reality had already proven that a leader who appeared out of nowhere might not necessarily be there to steal the credit. He could also be there to take the blame. However, if he was lucky, then the blame might become the credit. No one expected that the legendary cloud giants would suddenly appear on the battlefield at this critical juncture when both sides seemed to be pessimistic about the Templar Expeditionary Army's chances. They even found the evil dragons hidden in the enemy's camp and attacked them together with their allies. Then, the lies that arrived together with the cloud giants explained everything. Angel. It was a holy angel. We are still blessed by the Lord. Humanity's worship of angels had been repeatedly reinforced through countless religious stories. These creatures of order, which had long since left this plane, appeared, and they represented an irresistible God's prophecy. Even in that long night of the undead, when faced with the world's doubts as to why the Holy Church's allied armies had failed and why the gods didn't save us, they still managed to explain it as the gods' test for the world. Such a concept wasn't formed over decades or centuries. As the perfect creatures that were described in the oral records, the angels attracted the entire world's attention. Just because they joined the new Holy Church's allied armies Countless Holy Church members traveled thousands of kilometers to join them every day. Even though these angels were in an extremely strange state, with their entire bodies covered in unique golden armor and even their faces hidden behind helmets, their explanation of we're still unable to adapt to this filthy world was accepted by the church members. After all, the white wings that kept glowing in white and gold couldn't be faked. No, it should be said that when they saw the existence of the powerful light of holiness and order, looking at these angels wielding blazing long swords to slay demons and vanquish demons, the bishops and most of the priests had already sunk into a mysterious religious fanaticism. Helen's defeat wasn't unjust. This was an angel army consisting of 500 angels. An adult angel was only slightly weaker than a dragon, and a fully armored angel warrior's power level couldn't possibly be lower than the gold rank. The entire Holy Church's allied armies were no longer discussing the unfinished battle, nor were they considering how to deploy troops. They were all filled with joy at the impending victory in the Holy War. They believed that under the guidance of the Holy Sword of Light, all the filthy heretics would be purified by the Holy Light, while all the heretics who deserved to die would be burned at the stake. This fanaticism didn't only spread among the Holy Church's allied armies. Even ordinary soldiers and Holy Church members were filled with joy as they stared at the divine light. They wanted nothing more than to rush onto the battlefield and kill to their heart's content. Something's wrong here. Only an extremely small number of Holy Church members were still able to maintain their calm. One of the best among them was the miracle hand Estrada, who had just arrived on the battlefield. Estrada had originally refused to participate in the battle, but Pope Roland had given him a strict order to arrive on the battlefield within a certain time limit. Estrada had originally come to save the day, but he hadn't expected such a situation. Although Estrada had never seen an angel before, he had already come into contact with the half-angel Ivla and Roland, so he had a good understanding of the pure creatures of order known as angels. However, although these 500 angels were brimming with pure holy light, they didn't feel like warm suns. They felt like icy blades, completely different from Ivla and Roland's holy light. Although Ivla's holy light is pure, it has a fiery fury to it. Her power is especially effective against the undead. Roland's holy light is so pure that it can be used as a lamp. It's unprecedented, but actually it doesn't have much offensive power. It's just like the harmless sunlight. And when we met again in the Northlands, the holy light's purity seems to have increased yet again. However, that sun-like warmth hasn't changed at all. That holy light won't reject any life form from sharing it with it. Powerful individuals all had their own unique energy characteristics. The energy that leaked out would also have their own emotions and characteristics. Perhaps holy light itself wouldn't be any different, but it would be different once it touched the human heart and soul. No one's energy waves would be exactly the same as everyone else's. And it just so happened that these 500 angels before him didn't even have the same energy characteristics. Their overflowing holy light even lacked the most basic emotions of living beings. It was as if they were nothing more than emotionless tools. If it had been anyone else, they would probably have been shocked by the angels' astonishing holy light capacity. Every single angel's energy level was above that of a legend. However, the strongest holy knight had already reached the pinnacle of holy light. He could even use the holy light's energy waves to sense the acolyte's talents and morals. This was why he had been especially fond of Ivla, Roland, and the others. However, when he saw these legendary angels that had descended to the mortal plane, he found it rather difficult to accept. In battle, the pupils of an angel's eyes will only instinctively change. Holy light doesn't have a shred of passion. Even in desperate situations, there won't be a single ripple of emotion. None of the angels have any emotion at all. Are these the gentle and kind angels of legend? This is practically. Estrada didn't show it on his face, but he was hesitating and considering things in his heart. He had come into contact with Law and Roland in the Northlands. Although the higher-ups of the Holy Church were increasingly on guard against him, he now had new understandings and thoughts. At the very least, his view of holy light was now more neutral and rational. And when he looked at those ice-cold armor and holy white wings, the strongest holy knight's battlefield senses told him the truth. These angels didn't seem like ordinary creatures. These angels are like mass-produced, emotionless killing machines. They don't even blink in desperate situations. It's not because they feel the honor of sacrificing themselves. It's a coldness that makes the most of them. When they see their companions die, it's just like how they see a weapon damaged. Estrada didn't say any blasphemous words. However, he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Unlike the religious believers who had fallen into a mysterious frenzy, most holy knights were usually busy with their own work and missions. They were unable to live in comfortable churches all year round like priests and bishops. Traveling around the world to eradicate evil was part of their daily lives. Even the holy churches had to come into contact with ordinary people in towns and cities. The more secular holy knights had some doubts after coming into contact with the angels and seeing how the angels performed on the battlefield. What happened next caused these doubts to widen into cracks. Cleansing? Slaughtering entire cities? Entire prefectures? Those angels requested this. What kind of joke is this? These are 2 million people. That's 2 million lives. While the mega-empire Bardi was stuck in a stalemate, the quasi-mega-empire Ottoman Empire seemed to have a chance to turn things around. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were able to survive this huge wave. In the past 3 months, the Queen of the Storms, who had suffered losses in certain aspects, discovered that she wasn't targeted by air at all. Everything that happened previously was just a misunderstanding. She felt that the faith of the sea folk had wavered due to the defeat in the war, so she didn't hesitate to personally take action. Wave after wave caused the coastal cities of Bardi to suffer greatly. Although the sea tribe warriors who had come ashore along with the wave were unable to settle down there, the meat and wealth they had plundered was more than enough to feed these sea tribe warriors who had just joined the battle. After all, the sea tribe warriors' appetites weren't as large as the sea tribes in Rain City. The sea tribe leaders' achievements in this battle gave them the right to move to Rain City. Some of the unlucky coastal cities managed to survive the crisis, while others had their city walls breached by the seawater. The sleeping residents were massacred. Perhaps they should thank the Queen of Storms for her benevolence. At the very least, she didn't send out her iconic sea monsters to massacre ordinary people. But on another level, the sea monsters were already busy at Rain City's front lines. Lady Storm had already sent out all the sea monsters she had under her control. Perhaps this was the key. If the coastal residents who were slaughtered were livestock in a slaughterhouse, then Rain City's front lines would be a meat grinder. When the Sea Tribe and Lady Storm began their counterattack, new Sea Tribe members and sea monsters would appear in the rising seawater. They would follow the waves and advance. The mountainous whales were actually used as one-time-use siege hammers. Their shattered bodies would often be mixed with the shattered stones of the city gates. However, there would be no survivors in the rooms where the gates were pried open. In less than 2 short days, all the small strongholds outside the large fortresses were completely destroyed. The waves and giant fish transformed the trenches on the battlefield into puddles and quagmires. When the Ottoman elite battleships and powerful individuals tried to turn the situation around, they discovered to their astonishment that a large number of storm priests were constantly summoning waves. But at the same time, a blue-skinned woman was commanding them to summon giant waves to wash away the entire battlefield. She's actually using her incarnation to participate in a battle between mortals and using her divine power to slaughter mortals? Just how shameless is this goddess? Even though the holy war had already begun, and the true gods were no longer forbidden from directly interfering with mortals on a large scale, this was the first time that a true god had directly interfered in a battle between mortals. From a certain standpoint, this was no different from an adult competing with a child or an animal. It was likely that the other true gods would laugh at him. And right now, Lady Storm was completely shameless. However, the result of a true god's shamelessness was quite direct. With her help, the storm priests had the rain city's torrential downpour extend over. Endless sea tribe warriors arrived, and the Ottoman defenders on the front lines fell into a bitter battle. But suddenly, the warriors who were rolling around in the quagmire received a piece of visible good news. The sky is clear? While the humans were pleasantly surprised and the sea tribe was in disbelief, the never-ending dark clouds suddenly began to disperse. Sunlight peeked through the clouds and illuminated the blue-skinned woman's face. This noble goddess was filled with astonishment, disbelief, and even fear. Chapter 428. Estrada, the miracle hand, the strongest holy knight, the holy light walker on earth. Each of these glorious names represented countless achievements and achievements. Estrada could often be seen in the heroic epics sung in the taverns. If one had to use a single title to describe the first half of his legendary life, living epic would probably be the most appropriate. He is the most pious, the bravest, the most humble, and the most powerful holy knight. This was Roland's understanding of him, and it was also how the world viewed him. Pious. For thousands of years, he had never betrayed his faith in the holy light. Every moment, he used the righteousness and discipline in his heart to restrain himself. Every day, he devoutly prayed, drank clean water, and drank black bread to keep himself away from greed. Even the past popes who were deeply afraid of him didn't dare to question his faith. Estrada was courageous. In countless battles, as long as someone extended a helping hand to him, as long as it was in line with the justice in his heart, Estrada would never refuse. And as long as he participated in a battle, he would always be at the forefront. He had scars all over his body that even the holy light couldn't heal, but there were no scars on his back that deserters would have. The holy light will never refuse a mortal's request for help. As long as there's a shred of hope, we shall fight for the holy light and justice until the very last moment. These were simple words, but they were never empty slogans. Even in a hopeless situation, as long as there was someone behind them who needed salvation, he would never leave. He was humble, different from the other upper echelons who lived luxuriously. He never had the self-awareness of being one of the higher-ups of the church. He always lived in the dormitories provided by the church, and anyone could directly go to him. However, the old holy knight had countless disciples. He liked young warriors, and it was one of the joys of his life to nurture talents. There were countless heroes in his long list of disciples, and one of them gave him a huge headache. Roland, if you could be slightly more serious, you would definitely become one of the most powerful holy knight in history. No, this is not a reason for you to skip school. In order to be worthy of your talent, I will give you special, supplementary lessons. Holy light divine arts can't stump you, but how about swordsmanship? What, you're already a sword saint? Why don't we talk about philosophy? What, there's a prize in a philosophical and theological debate? Fine, if you lose, return the wallets to your fellow apprentices. I will lose? What a joke. Even now, Estrada still remembered that sunny afternoon. The boy who had a bright smile on his face had just won half a year's salary from his fellow apprentice brother's wallet in a bet. Estrada had just won half a year's worth of salary from Estrada. To satisfy your selfish beliefs? Was it just a pure faith that recognized justice? Little Roland, you mustn't tell anyone else. No, it's not that I don't approve of your way of thinking. Otherwise, it won't count as your victory. But there are some people who are even more stubborn than an old man like me. They will directly destroy the physical body of an opponent that they can't defeat in a debate. It doesn't matter to me, but you're still young. Don't make trouble for yourself. Perhaps what Estrada regretted the most was that he didn't get to the bottom of the matter. He didn't try to change Roland's overly extreme way of thinking from the very beginning. Estrada only believed that Roland was just a young genius, crazy way of thinking that would be gradually corrected by the harsh reality and public opinion. He didn't expect that the slight difference in opinion would gradually become larger and larger, and that Roland would gradually reach an irreversible state. Power. The long years taught him that justice without power as a backing was meaningless. And the strongest holy knight. No, perhaps it could even be said that Estrada was the strongest human. Nobody would object to that, even though it had been more than 100 years since he last fought. Roland, the hatred of the past has already driven you to insanity. I created you, but I didn't save you from a hopeless fate. This is all my fault. Roland, face me. Face that unqualified mentor of yours. Today, I shall correct my past mistakes here, even if I have to pay with my life. During the Yongia calamity, Estrada's dazzling figure that charged alone against the countless undead calamities was still etched deeply in everyone's minds. Even after the Holy Church's allied armies were completely destroyed, Estrada's heroic feat of challenging Emperor Yongia and his army by himself had already become the most dazzling sculpture on the ceiling of the Anton Cathedral. Pious, courageous, humble, and powerful. As a holy knight, Estrada was perfect. If one had to forcefully find any flaws in him, it would probably be that he was too perfect and too dazzling. Every pope in the past viewed him as a useful weapon, but that was all. When Estrada's personal reputation surpassed that of the Pope, his personal opinions would occasionally conflict with the Church's teachings and authority, and the Church's higher-ups would naturally find him quite annoying. After so many years, Estrada had gotten used to being neglected, feared, and ostracized. His position had risen and fallen countless times, but his faith hadn't wavered in the slightest. He would only seriously do what he was doing. Child, justice isn't that difficult to understand. It's just kindness that comes from the bottom of your heart. Faith is the process of discovering and expanding your own kindness. We pursue the faith of the Holy Light only because we believe that the Holy Light can protect the kindness in people's hearts. When you need to make a choice, just ask yourself what's in your heart. You'll be able to make the choice that belongs to you. AD 226. Although Estrada's faith was somewhat different from the Church's higher-ups, with the phrase, "All teachings that don't guide people towards kindness are evil cults," giving him countless troubles, his teachings about faith still spread throughout the entire continent. Countless young people chose the glorious job of Holy Knight because of this. The Holy Knight's path of Holy Light was also subtly different from other Holy Light job classes. Kindness from the bottom of your heart became the motto of the young knight outside the city, and it also became the strongest Holy Knight's weakness that was always being attacked. If the God of Holy Light's divine decree conflicts with your justice, what choice would you make? Someone had once questioned Estrada about this, and his answer had caused countless disputes. Everyone thought that they had caught Estrada's weakness, but he laughed out loud in front of everyone. His thunderous answer still echoed throughout the entire Holy Church to this day. Holy Light above, if my faith conflicts with the most basic morality and justice, then what need is there for such a faith to exist? That year, Estrada had believed so with the powerful Holy Light descending from the heavens as proof. That was what he had done. This year, when the gods' envoys representing his faith descended from the heavens, and when they decided to slaughter the heretics, when the so-called gods conflicts with the most basic morality and justice, when a battle of ideals transformed into a real life and death battle, what choice would he make? 2 days ago, Estrada had received a letter from his own disciple. The letter began with the exact same question. "Teacher, I'll ask you one more time. If the God of Holy Lights will conflicts with the righteousness that comes from the bottom of your heart, what choice would you make?" Originally, Estrada had been quite confused, but now he could only helplessly smile wryly as he clutched the letter in front of his chest. "Is that so? You've seen through everything? In that case, Roland, let me tell you, my way of thinking has never changed. If the Holy Light's faith doesn't even have the most basic kindness left, then there's no need for such a faith to exist. The silver hammer of holy light landed heavily on the ground. A fully armored old holy knight blocked the way on his old horse. In front of him was an endless holy army. The old knight shook his head helplessly. For so many years, he had been known as the representative of the holy light on earth. He had never imagined that he would one day have to face the flag of holy light and justice. However, his arm didn't move in the slightest. His boiling fighting spirit explained everything. The holy light will never refuse a mortal's request for help. As long as there's a shred of hope, we shall fight for the holy light and justice until the very last moment. Behind him was a city of heretics. The old knight's angry roar echoed throughout the entire battlefield, and right now, the glorious vanguard of the Holy Light army mysteriously retreated in front of the old knight. No, not everyone retreated. Someone suddenly took a step forward and walked out from under the glorious flag of Holy Light. Ken, I didn't expect that the first person to face me would be you, my disciple. The old holy knight was somewhat nostalgic and somewhat surprised. However, he didn't hesitate at all. After making such a decision, the old holy knight was mentally prepared to face any opponent, even if the opponent was the disciple he was most proud of. Old antique, you probably have countless disciples. What's so strange about me being one of them? This was a middle-aged knight with a pitch-black face. The holy knight Ken, who was also a semi-god, walked up to Estrada and unsheathed his long sword. However, he suddenly turned around and shouted in the direction he came from. Hey, old antique, got ahead of you again. How much longer do you intend to wait? Are you going to be even slower than a useless fellow like me? One holy knight after another silently walked out from the Holy Light army and unsheathed their swords to face their former allies. Meanwhile, their companions who stayed behind could only watch all this in shame. By the Holy Light, this time it wasn't only the holy knight who walked out. The previously devout Holy Light priests also made their own decisions, even if this would cause them to lose all status and honor. Even if this would cause them to become the most shameless traitors and fallen priests in the past. If there's a conflict between the faith of the gods and the most basic morality and justice, the kingdom's knight who participated in the Holy War also walked out from the Holy Light army. Their knight's virtue didn't include slaughtering civilians. The knight's face was flushed red as he made the decision to not embarrass his descendants, even if this would cause them to suffer the wrath of their domain lord and king. Slaughtering civilians? Damn it, that's more than 2 million people we're talking about. What need is there for such a faith to exist? Everyone chanted Estrada's famous words together. The resonance of their faith caused them to make the same decision. In the next 10 minutes, as the frontline commanders hesitated and asked for instructions from their superiors, the scattered warriors all made their own decisions. Although in the end, Estrada's side was still less than 1% of the Holy Light armies, and even if they were about to be crushed into mincemeat by the Holy Light army, he still smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, why wouldn't he be satisfied? As a holy knight and a believer, to be able to have so many people recognize his faith from the bottom of their hearts, even to the point of martyrdom. Even if he was about to die in the very next moment, how could he not be satisfied? Suddenly, an elderly red-robed cardinal shakily walked out of the crowd. His face was filled with wrinkles as he supported himself with a staff and panted heavily. His servants and knight guards hurriedly surrounded him. Cardinal Stephen. That's right, this was the current leader of the Holy Light army, the despicable Archbishop Stephen, who had stolen all the glory. And now he had finally reached the pinnacle of his life, but it seemed that he wouldn't be able to live for much longer. And if Estrada betrayed the Holy Church here, and if the Holy Church's expeditionary army split up here, it was likely that the crown he had just obtained would lose its glory. He would definitely come here to prevent all of this from happening. Stephen, there's no need to say anything more. I've already made my decision. Even though many people in the Holy Church felt that Stephen's actions were shameful. Estrada felt an inexplicable sense of regret as he looked at this elderly man who was already on the verge of death and recalled everything he had done. In his memories, the past Stephen was still a stubborn orphan who wouldn't complain even if he was bullied by his classmates. Instead, he would secretly hide and cry for the sake of his fellow believers who he couldn't save. And under everyone's gazes, the elderly cardinal who had finally calmed down finally spoke. "Ace, Trodi, I'm not here to stop you. I know that since you've already made up your mind, words are meaningless to you. I cough, 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 cough." A series of violent coughs caused the elderly cardinal to bend over. There were already many bloodstains on the ground. But he stubbornly supported himself with his staff and even gritted his teeth as he stood up. Seeing this scene, even Estrada couldn't bear to see this. He wanted to help the elderly cardinal up, but the elderly cardinal slapped away his hand that reached out to help him. Asterisk smack. Asterisk old Stephen finally stood up straight. However, his old eyes were burning with a will that was like flames. The elderly cardinal's angry roar echoed throughout the entire world. "I know that all of you look down on me because I'm a filthy bastard who steals battle achievements and a black-hearted bastard who rises by stepping on the corpses of my comrades. However, I'm also a believer of the holy light who's involved. In order to bring us hope and light to the holy light, what's the point of sacrificing my personal honor? Tell me, as a cardinal, as a disseminator of the holy light and a pastor of believers, did I do anything wrong?" The elderly cardinal's blood-red eyes glanced back and forth as he heard the angry roar that came from the bottom of his heart. Although he had risen to power in the past few days, the disdainful gazes he received had increased. His friends and family, who had once gone through thick and thin with him, had drawn a line between them. Who could he complain to about his grievances? Now, under everyone's gazes, he suddenly erupted. The holy knight who used to look down on him had changed their opinions. Perhaps they had been too harsh on the elderly cardinal in the past, but this wasn't a reason for them to change their current ways. However, what happened next left everyone in disbelief. And now I risked everything to protect the holy light's belief. Now, it's not even the most basic of justice anymore. Why would I still risk everything to protect him? Teacher, I'm not going to be the leader of the Allied armies anymore. I'm going to face the future together with you, even if I'm destined to die, even if I'm unable to ascend to heaven in the future. Cough, cough, cough. His violent coughing caused him to bend over once again. However, this time the elderly cardinal had his teacher help him up. At this moment, even the warriors who were still in the Holy Lights faction were now looking at this elderly cardinal whose reputation had been completely ruined. When even the leader of the Allied armies betrayed the Holy Light, the entire Holy Light's Allied armies were in an uproar. The warriors who had just made up their minds hesitated again. Some naive individuals even thought that perhaps if more people had chosen to betray the Holy Light, the Holy Church's internal war wouldn't have erupted. This would have become a critical turning point in history. But at this moment, a blinding fiery light streaked across the sky. A huge flaming sword descended from the sky. Old Stephen didn't even have a chance to scream before he was pinned to the ground by the burning holy sword. The elderly cardinal, who had just made a decision from the bottom of his heart, collapsed just like that. This is the holy light. I won't regret it. Unwilling to die in peace, the elderly cardinal reached out his hand towards the sky and took one last look at this beautiful world. Then he turned into grayish-black ashes in his teacher's hand. The traces of blood that he had just spat out on the ground became the last trace of his life. The seraphim descended from the sky and stood in midair. Angel leader Arketh silently observed the mortals below him. Even at this moment, he was still completely emotionless. Behind him, the powerful angel army had already finished gathering. The angels, under their heavy armor, only watched silently. Their white wings and the burning holy flames on their holy swords had already indicated their choice. This is the Holy Light's order. Traitors shall be killed without mercy. What greeted them was the elderly knight's holy hammer. Chapter 429. Emotionless monsters, this isn't a world that belongs to you. When the holy knight's furious battle hammer glowed with blinding holy light, the representative of holy light on earth, yet he was determined to attack the angel of order and holiness in the sky, it had to be said that this was an indescribable mockery. Devout faith transformed into a pair of blazing wings. The strongest holy knight and the seraph viciously clashed against each other. Their boiling anger caused sparks to appear on the battle hammer and the flaming holy sword. In front of the strongest human, the angel leader Arcus, who was only a level 2 angel, only managed to block for an instant. Asterisk smack! Asterisk, asterisk smack! Asterisk Arcus swung his battle hammer. After 2 crisp sounds, apart from the beautiful holy sword, the angel leader's head also shattered. Arcus' headless corpse fell to the ground. The holy light on the corpse's white wings began to dissipate, and the splattering red blood and golden hair told everyone that there was no foundational difference between angels and humans. Arcus' headless armored corpse heavily crashed to the ground, and the shards of his holy sword also scattered all over the ground. However, the angel army continued advancing in silence, as if they didn't see their leader die in battle. This was exactly what they had done not long ago on the battlefield. Nobody was special. If the commander died, the captain would take his place. If the captain's head was bitten off by a dragon, the next vice-captain would take his place. They were cold-blooded, calm, and unafraid of sacrifice. These were the perfect war machines. They were the gods' most trusted eldest sons, war angels. But at this moment, something changed. The Holy Light job class members humbly called themselves servants of Holy Light, while the angels were the god of Holy Light's God's messengers. Now, the god servants had killed the god's messengers. This was the beginning of a rebellion. At this point, nothing could stop. Nobody could turn back. In the sky, a high-level holy knight who could use divine arts to fly faced off against the angel leader. The underground war between humans and gods had already begun. When justice and order clashed, nobody would be able to stay out of this battle. Monsters, this world doesn't belong to you. When a holy knight with justice in his heart wielded his battle hammer, what would those legendary angels amount to? They were nothing more than monsters with the ability to fly. Battle hammers and swords became the main theme of the battlefield. Angels had no mercy or tolerance. Since their swords were already pointing forward, it was only natural that they would eliminate the traitor before them. On the ground where the old man's blood flowed, the blood of the fallen angel also flowed down, mixing together, but there was no difference. The knight of Casso's war hammer smashed into the angel's armor. The impact of the war hammer caused his opponent to kneel on the ground. The large amount of internal organs that were spitting out of his mouth indicated that he was not going to survive. Before Casso could find his next target, the holy spear in midair pierced through him. As a legend-ranked holy knight, he was unwilling to be left alone. He charged towards the angel closest to him, and in the next instant, holy light fireworks dazzled everyone's eyes. The radiance of the explosion shot into the clouds, leaving only the purple crystal warhammer in the middle of the crater. However, Casso's treatment wasn't limited to just one. Ordinary holy knight wouldn't be able to resist against these battle angels who were armed to the teeth. Humans called gold-ranked warriors masters, but for angels, this was the level of a child. They were on completely different levels from the very start. Angel wings, wings of holy light, and other similar flying divine arts could only be mastered by a gold-ranked holy knight or higher. Fighting angels in the air was probably the most foolish decision in the world. The high-level warriors from both sides fought in the sky, but most of those who died were ordinary mortals. One side was a well-trained army, while the other side was a newly formed army of powerful individuals. Even without mentioning individual power levels, the difference in training between the two sides was far too obvious. Out of the 300 to 400 warriors who chose the path of justice, less than 50 had reached the gold rank, and the number of legend rank warriors had only just reached the double digits. Meanwhile, the enemy had more than 500 legend-ranked angels. The difference in power level between the two sides was far too obvious. After the high-level Holy Knight who could fly was eliminated, the remaining Holy Knight and ordinary warriors were nothing more than target practice. Holy light spears and thrown holy swords were incredibly lethal at this moment. Holy Knight after Holy Knight was instantly killed on the spot. The mortal guardians became so helpless against these gods' warriors. The calamity had arrived far too quickly. The mortals weren't prepared to face the immeasurable future calamity yet. Estrada just happened to see this scene from the corner of his eye. However, his heart was bleeding. Casso, you still have 2 children at home, Albina. However, it was a pity that even as he watched his disciples fall one after another, it was impossible for him to save them. He didn't even have the time to think. As the number 1 traitor, all the angels viewed him as a key target, and he was currently being surrounded and killed by angel captains. City of Holy Light. Casso's soul image immediately ended the moment he opened it. The world's dimensional laws that greatly increased the power of Holy Light had only been opened for an instant, but it was almost as foolish as aiding the enemy. How could an ordinary Holy Knight possibly compare to an angel from heaven when it came to controlling Holy Light? The Holy Knight's usual opponents were villains, undead, and demons. Their Holy Light would always be of great help to them. However, they were currently facing a terrifying angel with a high affinity for Holy Light. Holy Light balls and Holy Light judgment, which would be miraculously effective against evil in the past, would either be absorbed by the angel's armor or leave a shallow wound. The Holy Knight's attacks were easily predicted and seen through. Their attacks that were infused with Holy Light weren't even as effective as normal physical attacks. Meanwhile, the Holy Knights were pure killing machines. The holy flames of their 2-handed sacred swords would kill any human they encountered. While the traitors of the Holy Light Church were dealt a major blow and seemed like they could be defeated at any moment, the bystanders of the Holy Light Alliance were internally conflicted. Eber Casso was an elite Holy Knight, a warrior who was loyal to the gods. Although his lack of Holy Light made it impossible for him to become a Holy Knight, he had always wanted to become a Holy Knight since he was young. He had volunteered to participate in this holy war, but now his faith was shaken. The justice in my heart? The God's justice? Is it the God's guidance or the kindness in my heart that's guiding me down this path? Anyone with even the slightest bit of rationality would know that slaughtering ordinary civilians was shameful. But slaughtering 2 million people? No matter which lunatic the executor was, that lunatic would probably be remembered as a great disgrace in history. Perhaps this was the reason why believers couldn't get too close to the gods, and why the gods' prophecies were always vague. If the gods got too close, the gods would lose their mysterious veil, and there would even be conflicts between the gods' will and reality. Why would the God of Holy Light make such a decision? Why? Could it be that human lives are nothing more than ants in the God's eyes? In that case, what exactly is the faith that we've been in contact with all this time? Anyone with even the slightest bit of conscience would be asking this question in their hearts, but they wouldn't be able to get an answer. Out of all the humans present, perhaps only Estrada, who is currently in a bitter battle, truly knew the reason. It wasn't that he was wise or farsighted. It was that the man who prophesied a massacre in the letter in front of his chest also gave an explanation. So far in the Holy War, far too few people have died. Do you still remember what I told you about the source of the Holy War? Once the wheat is ripe, it's naturally time to harvest it. The source of order desires for a large number of souls to fall into the cycle of reincarnation during the Holy War. Due to certain reasons, far too few people have died, and it's naturally better for heretics to die than its own people to die. If a god of order wants to advance further or just wants to maintain his current position, it's impossible for him to refuse the will of the source of order. It's just like how even the demon princes are unable to refuse the demands of the chaos abyss. The god of holy light who has given up on himself is the easiest puppet to control. However, that man's words weren't just to give Estrada an explanation. That's why, when there's an excuse to save face and actual benefits, a massacre will definitely occur. Those angels that suddenly descended have already proven the god of holy light's decision. Even if you can stop those mortals from slaughtering you, it'll still be meaningless. That's because in the current world, if the god of holy light really wants to make a statement, nobody will be able to stop the strongest existence in the Order faction. That's why I suggest that you be smarter and take care of yourself. Forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. If you were as wise as I said, you wouldn't have reached such a stage. The angels were getting closer and closer, so Estrada didn't have the energy to think too much. This wasn't the first time he had done such a foolish thing, but there had never been a time when he felt more despair than now. Oh, holy light, could it be that you still have feelings for the humans who have worshipped you for so many years? Perhaps it's just as Roland said. Holy light is holy light, and the god of holy light is the god of holy light. Estrada, who still had a youthful appearance, was asking himself this question in his mind. What he saw was a group of angels that covered the entire sky. At this moment, he had never felt that the angels that always decorated the ceilings of every church would be so annoying, nor did he feel that these winged birdmen would be so disgusting. Estrada wouldn't hesitate in the slightest about entering the land of death. The only thing he regretted and hesitated about was that he had allowed those young lives to accompany him into such a dangerous situation. Since holy light isn't that effective against these angels, then suddenly Estrada raised his battle hammer as he flew in midair. A high density of holy light gathered on it, and the next instant the hammer transformed into countless meteors that struck countless holy knights. That's right, holy knights, not the angels. Angels, 12 octaves blessing. I've never thought that there would be such an ironic moment. Perhaps I should change the name of this divine art. Body strengthening, agility strengthening, regeneration, senses strengthening, evil dispelling, protection of justice, holy healing, holy light soaring, and so on. More than 10 types of blessing spells were gathered in a single ray of holy light. The most important ones were the most basic healing abilities and soaring spells of holy light. The holy knights, who were lying on the ground with holes in their chests, stood up with expressions of disbelief. They covered their already healed wounds, and the wings of light on their backs gave them the ability to fly. As for those who died in battle, sorry, this world wasn't a game. Even the strongest holy knight didn't have the ability to revive. Estrada simultaneously cast multiple support divine arts on several hundred people, including high-level divine arts such as holy light soaring and holy healing. Not only did he break the human race's all-time record for casting divine arts, he also fell into a temporary decline, and the scene in front of them exceeded the angels' expectations. Even though angels were a race favored by gods and were born with divine talent, divine arts had been passed down on the ground for so many years, and the scene in front of them was beyond their understanding. But if they considered retreating in the face of a powerful opponent, they wouldn't be qualified battle angels. They would never know fear or hesitation. The angels took advantage of the fact that their opponents were distracted and got into a battle formation in midair to deal with high-level demons. Battle angels wielding holy flame swords stood at the very front, while angels with spears in the middle assisted with sniping, while divine art casters chanted at the back. Just Estrada alone was enough to stall over 100 angels. This was a combat strength comparable to over 100 dragons. Holy flame hell. This wasn't true fire, but high-intensity holy light. In this area, the undead and demons would spontaneously combust, while the angels who thought that they wouldn't be harmed inexplicably turned into fireballs in midair. The old holy knight's control over holy light far surpassed these low-level angels. He could use his holy light to detonate the power of holy light in an enemy's body. Perhaps this would also be effective against a holy knight, but this was obviously a forbidden technique. When the strongest holy knight gave up all his worries and attacked with full power, the entire sky began to burn, and the angels also turned into torches in the holy fire. When the old holy knight decided to guard the sky here, even angels wouldn't be able to pass through this area. The archangels who had been chanting behind the angels finally finished their chants. A pillar of light suddenly rose into the sky, but nothing happened after that. Did I fail? The next instant, Estrada learned that he had guessed incorrectly. From this moment onward, he was actually unable to sense holy light. That's right. At this moment, the god of holy light received the report and cut off Estrada's control over holy light. The instant that Estrada lost his power, he started falling from midair. The young Estrada's appearance rapidly aged. Without the protection of holy light, his lifespan was reaching its end. What was even more fatal was the burning holy light sword right in front of him. Holy forbidden spell number 97, Holy Light Deprivation. This is a divine spell specially prepared for the fallen angels. You should be proud to be the first human to receive this divine spell. Estrada wasn't the only one who received such treatment. The traders on the ground also suddenly lost the protection of holy light. The devout believers of the god of holy light had their source of power taken away by their god. Even though he was in such a dire situation, Estrada smiled. Ever since he made this decision, he had never thought that this day would come. And when he was finally betrayed by the god of holy light whom he had believed in for so many years, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. In that case, the great god of holy light, another name for the god of holy light, shall show you the light that belongs to mortals. Chapter 430. Out of all the combat job classes, Holy Knight, Priest, and so on were the fastest to progress. But after reaching the high-level ranks, they had the least. The reason was actually quite simple. They needed to establish a connection with the god and receive the god's help and divine favor. Or perhaps it should be said that the god favored them, which would naturally help them grow faster. From a certain standpoint, this was a job class that depended on one's looks. The more one's personality was compatible with the god's teachings, and the more one's talent was compatible with the god's divine power, the faster one's growth would be. As long as one had enough divine favor, it was even possible to surpass the efforts of others in a single night. This was also why Roland had been called the child of light back in the day. Apart from the fact that he was a bastard child of the holy light, no one else could explain how a human holy knight who wasn't even 14 years old could become a legend rank holy knight and shine with holy light as bright as the sun. Gold rank holy knight was probably the easiest job class to reach. However, the next step, the legendary rank, was actually the one with the lowest advancement rate. As for the reason, the clergy usually blamed it on their lack of piety or lack of experience. However, reality was sometimes crueler than one could imagine. This had nothing to do with piety. The divine power server would never look at such things. It only looked at efficiency and the ratio of investment to income. The same divine power can help 10,000 bronze-ranked people become silver-ranked people, and 100 silver-ranked people become gold-ranked people. But it's impossible for a peak gold-ranked person to find his or her own path and successfully enter legend rank. In terms of efficiency, the divine power server would naturally choose the former. As for why the normal rate of progression is so low, gold rank members who rely on external help won't even have a solid foundation. Without divine power, they'll only be fake gold. So how can they possibly enter legend rank? However, it was relatively easy to progress to the mid-low ranks, and it was quite suitable for humans whose strongest combat strength was between gold and silver ranked. At the very least, this was one of the reasons why the Holy Church's combat strength was slightly above the entire human world. Faith was guaranteed by strength. Only then would one be able to progress further, even if the rate of progression was low. However, this world didn't lack geniuses and monsters. Those who diligently trained themselves would also be able to surpass their limits. As long as there were enough people, there would naturally be legends and above, and the low barrier to entry actually made it easier for the Holy Church to spread to every corner of the continent. It could be said that all Holy Church job class members' first cultivation would begin by establishing a connection with the God of Holy Light. As long as they prayed, they would receive a response. Even without discussing the God's teachings, the God of Holy Light, on the other hand, was a divine power server. He is undoubtedly qualified. He will help the new clerics understand the Holy Light, and he will provide divine power to help the outstanding chosen go further. However, there was an inescapable problem here. Since the God of Holy Light was a divine power server, if someone ever disagreed with him or even became his enemy, wouldn't that mean that they would be banned and lose the ability to use Holy Light? The answer is yes. Those fallen angels and fallen Holy Knight, wouldn't they lose the ability to use Holy Light? Since the Holy Knight obtained the Holy Light seed through the God of Holy Light, then it is naturally possible to make people lose their ability to sense the Holy Light. In that case, could it be that without the God of Holy Light, there would truly be no more Holy Light? I thank the God of Holy Light. At the very least, he allowed me to experience the greatness of Holy Light. As Estrada lost his power and youth, his memories and strength also disappeared. It was as if he was on the verge of death as his memories of the past appeared before Estrada's eyes. Outsiders didn't know his age. In fact, even the church didn't have any records of his age. Only Estrada himself knew that he was born 1,442 years ago. For humans with short lifespans, this was far too long a memory. Unlike the legends, Estrada didn't pursue the path of Holy Light because a true God had summoned him, nor because he wanted to pursue the path of glory. Estrada chose to become the apprentice of an elderly priest in town because his family was poor. The elderly priest, who needed an apprentice to take care of him, was probably the only person in town who could afford to take care of him. Back then, I just wanted to make a living. I never expected that. Is this fate? As Estrada's life aura disappeared, the light that flowed everywhere transformed into a meteor of light. Everyone below exclaimed in shock and disbelief, but the undying's memories were as clear as ever. In the end, the elderly priest didn't live for very long. But in the end, he gave his job to this young man who only wanted to make a living. However, it wasn't so easy to become a priest in a small town. Perhaps in the era of the untamed barbarians and the pioneer knight, the Holy Church was the most honest organization in the world. Although the Holy War had already ended nearly 200 years ago, and Ike had entered a period of rest and recovery, the fact that a weak life form like humans was able to become the ruler of the mortal plane far exceeded most species' expectations. This throne that came too easily wasn't stable. The sea tribe was chased into the deep sea. The beast men lost their empires and planes, and even the elves who had clearly won the war but were becoming weaker and weaker. Nobody was willing to leave the stage of history just like this. With the gods' blessings, large amounts of new territory, and an explosive increase in population, countless new towns were built. But soon after, these towns suddenly disappeared for all sorts of strange reasons. Some of them disappeared because of a sudden plague, or perhaps some evil god was behind it. Some of them were slaughtered by the beast men, and some of them were simply starving beasts that went berserk. The dead walking in the dark was still a nightmare for the living. At this time, priests and Holy Knight weren't actually separated from each other. No, it should be said that warriors and commoners weren't separated from each other. Priests usually had to work hard to make a living, but in times of danger, they would abandon their farming tools and head to the battlefield. What, Uncle Martin's leg is broken? You want me to help reattach it? Wait a moment. I haven't mastered such a high-level divine art yet. The Ivan family just gave birth to a brat? That's great news. You want me to name him and bless him? Wait a moment, I can't read. Can I just say whatever I want? Are you priests as well? Why are you wearing armor? Holy Knight? What's that? Wait a moment. Are you here to eliminate that hidden undead mage? Wait a moment, let me clean up. I'll lead the way for you. Estrada, who was forced to do something beyond his abilities, became more and more fond of his job. In fact, in order to be able to protect his own tribe in the cruel outside world, he participated in the creation of the Holy Knight job class. Many of the Holy Knight's rules of conduct and specialized divine arts were created by him, but he never said it out loud. Perhaps not many people knew about it. This was the strongest Holy Knight, the first batch of Holy Knights. A new job class? Isn't it just a priest wearing armor? But we need a new name. Holy Knight? Pious, humble, powerful, brave, and holy. We are the Knight of the Gods, the knight who performs the duty of protection in the dark, protecting the church and our tribe. When the first Holy Knight, Insterkachi, raised his holy hammer, there was a tiny figure below the stage who longed for his light. The first Holy Knight wasn't holy at all. They were just warriors who were slightly stronger than ordinary warriors. They were only priests who wore iron armor. They were just a group of pioneers who felt that the original path of holy light wasn't enough to protect their tribe. But they still fulfilled their oath. They roamed the wilderness and hunted dangerous demons and magical beasts. They hunted down the blood tribe and necromancers who were hiding in the crowd. They fought demons and devils in desperate situations, and they protected their homes from the attacks of other races. Glory's first Holy Knight, Insterkak, didn't make it very far before he fell in a desperate ambush. As for his younger brother, Insterkak, his younger brother, Winstkachi, took over the glorious hammer. Although he was slightly weaker than his older brother, he only lasted for 3 months. Right before he died, he gave the silver hammer to another brother. Ainkaso died at the end of the werewolf war. He didn't have to die. As long as he was willing to abandon the farmers who begged him for help, he was a hero. Sandy, a half-beastman from the Shamoya district, although he wasn't recognized by the world at first, he still persisted in the path of protection. He was our most trustworthy brother. He was a hero. Fendikard, in order to save the Brighton region from the plague, he perished together with the evil god Albert. He was supposed to be a peerless genius who had the highest chance of becoming an undying existence. But he was tempted by the evil god to walk between light and darkness. But in the end, he won against himself. He is also a hero. Adenlayan, my slyest adopted son. I originally thought that you would be able to take over this hammer. But why did you return it to me first? Do you know, kid? The most uncomfortable thing in this world, apart from having to send off so many of your brothers without dying, is having to watch a damned white-haired person send off a black-haired person. But considering that you still carried out your duty in the end, you, an idiot who challenged a demon count by yourself, are also a hero. The old knight muttered about the many generations of owners of this hammer. In the past, when resources were extremely scarce, any weapon was a priceless treasure. Before the hammer was completely destroyed, they would continuously pass it down among their brothers. Unknowingly, this had indeed become a Holy Knight tradition. Roland, you stinking brat, I originally thought that you would be able to take over this hammer. You're just as sly as Adenlayan, and in this damned era, only the sly can live well and continue on this pedantic path of protection. And precisely because of this tradition, these ordinary weapons that were infused with the soul of a holy knight became the holy knight's personal protection, the holy sword and holy hammer. Naturally, the Valkyrie, which was forged from silver and infused with countless holy knights' power, became the first holy knight's personal holy weapon in history. Perhaps it was also the strongest holy weapon, and in the end it naturally fell into the hands of the first holy knight who was still alive, Light from the Brink, guardian hammer of dawn and voice. The ancient and tattered war hammer once again released a blinding golden glow. Even though the god of holy light had already abandoned his knight, how could this guardian holy weapon, which had countless heroic souls infused into it, possibly abandon its brother? The old man had already lost the support of holy light. However, The white-haired old man still stood there as numerous silver souls walked out of the warhammer. They transformed into soul shields and used their soul fragments to protect their brother. Brother Aincaso, that little brat Atenlayan. Brother Suddy. Teacher Insterkachi. Many familiar faces appeared in front of the old man. Even though the god of holy light had abandoned and betrayed him, the old man didn't waver in the slightest. But now, tears streamed down his face. I know what I need to do. I know how we should continue down this path. The old man raised his warhammer once again, and the brilliant soul light within it transformed into blazing holy flames that ignited the entire sky. The overly pure angels were burning fiercely in the holy flames as they howled in disbelief. The old knight simply stood there, and the holy light that had just been extinguished was reignited once again. But this time, the holy light didn't come from a natural god. Instead, it came from the holy hammer that had been passed down for countless generations. It came from the depths of the old knight's heart. So it turns out that from ancient times until now, it wasn't the gods who protected us. It was our own brothers and sisters. We believed in the holy light because it gave us the power to protect our family and kin. I devoutly believed in the holy light and pursued the path of holy light. It was actually the same path as my brother's path of sacrifice and protection. Humans never needed to remember gods. What they truly needed to remember were our brothers and sisters who died one after another. The realization of his soul ignited his soul fire. The blazing holy light astonished everyone in the world and caused the high and mighty gods to tremble in fear. Everything had gone out of control. That's right, just like Roland and the Southern Church. Roland had already proven that holy light and the god of holy light were two completely different things. As long as one used their soul to recognize and choose the holy light that represented protection and sacrifice. So what if they abandoned the god of holy light? Losing the right to use holy light? They could simply take it back with their own hands. But at this moment, in front of everyone, Roland, the first human holy knight, once again became the pioneer of the holy knight race. He became the first holy knight to not believe in the god of holy light, but rather the pure holy light. All the angels burned fiercely under his gaze. Roland was the strongest holy knight who could have ascended to the position of God thousands of years ago and chose the mortal world. Now that he had thrown away the heavy burden that had been weighing down on his heart, there was nothing that could stop him from reaching the peak, as he had far surpassed mortals. Just by looking at the angels and releasing the anger in his heart, he was able to cause these low-level angels to perish. In the eyes of the bystanders below, the strongest holy knight had reclaimed the holy light that the god of holy light had stolen from him. He had even killed all the angels. Not only did this destroy the bystanders' worldview, but it also truly shook their faith. He's still able to control holy light even after being abandoned by the god of holy light. The Southern Church was right. The god of holy light really is nothing more than a fake god. However, the old knight didn't seem happy at all. His heart ached even more as he looked at the few remaining companions behind him. If only he had been able to take this step earlier, perhaps nothing will seem to change. Order is perfect, supreme, and all wrongs will soon be corrected. The one who descended was a young priest in a white robe. His long hair was dotted with images of stars, and his handsome face was devoid of emotion. Mortal, your fate will never change. The other descendant was an elderly man. His eyes were filled with thorns, and his face was filled with sorrow. The god of cleansing and prophecy, the god of truth and prophecy. The bystanders below recognized these two gods' incarnations. These two gods were both follower gods of the god of holy light. Both gods were at least mid-level gods. Lamer? Potter? I didn't expect to meet you two here. The old knight sighed in sorrow. These two gods had once been his companions as well, but now their icy gazes and tone made them seem no different from the other god incarnations of the god of holy light's follower gods. Perhaps the main reason why he refused to ascend to godhood was that he didn't want to become like them. Order is the highest. Mortal, the two gods' incarnations were still saying their extravagant introduction lines, but asterisk smack! Asterisk asterisk smack! Asterisk their opponents were obviously not interested in listening to them finish. In front of the legacy warhammer that represented dawn and protection, the incarnations of the gods were no different from the angels. Under the continuous swings of the strongest Holy Knight's warhammer, the headless corpses of the gods began to fall. In front of the current Estrada, an ordinary third-rate follower god's incarnation was nothing. Semi-god was a special job class with no upper limit. In front of Estrada, who had thrown away all restraints, there weren't many existences that could stop him. Estrada smiled bitterly. There's not much time left. That's right, the holy light descending from the sky caused the entire world to become as bright as noon. This familiar light was incredibly familiar. For the devout, this was an extremely rare, miraculous scene. In fact, some people even wanted to kneel down right now. No, some people were already kneeling down. God of holy light. That's right. Since his plan was obstructed, and this annoying old holy knight became an obstacle to him, even greatly shaking his source of belief, while his follower god incarnations were unable to obstruct him at all, the god of holy light naturally sent his own incarnation. This incarnation was a pure combination of light. It was impossible to see his face clearly. Just by looking at him, it made people feel despair from the bottom of their hearts. But after he appeared, the sun in the sky disappeared without a trace. The entire world became silent. His incarnation alone was enough to rewrite all the natural laws of this world. The old knight closed his eyes as he sensed the suffocating divine aura of the strongest main god. He could only smile bitterly. The difference between the strongest mortal and the strongest god was far too great. It was so great that it made people despair. It was so great that nobody would be able to change this result. All of you, hurry up and run. Do you all want to die here? After experiencing so many things, there were very few people who were still devout enough to kneel down and welcome the god of holy light's descent. And if this desecration of the holy light was spread, the god of holy light's authority would naturally be damaged, and his faith in the god of holy light would greatly decrease. In that case, it would be only natural for the god of holy light to kill everyone to keep their mouths shut. He had done such things many times before. There were plenty of smart people in the holy light army. The smart people who instantly understood everything had already started to retreat. However, most of the holy light army still had hope. They believed that their god wouldn't be so heartless. But unfortunately, this server had already calculated the gains and losses. The god of holy light that was descending from the sky was his decision. The high and mighty god was no longer the legendary hero who had created the path of holy light. He felt that even talking to mortals was a waste of time. Under the main god's command, the starry sky was opened up and countless stars descended. Everything was golden as far as the eye could see. Under this golden holy light, it was impossible for any life to exist. However, stop! Perhaps the god of fate was quite skilled at telling corny jokes. Otherwise, why would the god of fate always have so many ironic plot lines? Right now, the person who was maintaining a wall of holy light and blocking the meteors formed from holy light was their previous enemy, Estrada. And right now, Estrada wasn't in a good condition. His hair was completely white, and every meteor attack caused him to vomit blood. And it was obvious from the soul flames in his eyes that he had long since begun burning his own soul. Lord Estrada, hurry up and leave. You can still escape. Don't worry about us. Finally, a familiar voice called out to him, which made him feel both gratified and sad. He knew that he had nowhere to run to, because the holy light needs to be saved, which is why Estrada must die. Little Roland, you've seen through everything. You've really given me quite a bit of face by doing this. Estrada could only smile wryly as he shook his head, helplessly. Suddenly, a strange thought reverberated in the world, and everyone understood it. Estrada, if you're willing to become my follower god, I shall forgive your sins. But in the next instant, Estrada laughed. Become your puppet and tool? Sure, as long as you let these children go and guarantee that you won't interfere with the mortal world. There was no response at all. Countless pillars of light suddenly appeared behind the holy light figure, and the meteors that suddenly doubled in number were his response. Estrada must die, because the holy light needs to be saved. The old knight muttered something that no one could understand as he silently raised his war hammer. We holy knights take pride in judging evil and saving the good. We've even created the path of judgment and the path of holy healing. But in my heart, the strongest path of the holy knight has always been. The warhammer suddenly fell from his hand and spun as it landed on the ground. The next instant, a ring-shaped wall of light appeared from the warhammer and surrounded all the mortals. We holy knights were born in the battle of protection, and we grew up in the battle of protection. Our strongest path has always been the path of protection. The old man's angry roar echoed throughout the entire sky. He burned his soul to the limit and created the strongest barrier in all of history. At this moment, the ring of light from his war hammer blocked everything. Not even the angels and gods could do anything about it. Meteors and pillars of light kept falling, but they were unable to break through this wall of life. This was a forbidden spell that originated from life. So how could it be easily broken through? The barrier that the old man created simply stood there. The attacks didn't even cause a single ripple, as if the god of holy light's attacks were nothing more than meaningless mosquito bites. Meanwhile, the old man continued to fulfill his oath. Estrada must die because the holy light must be saved. When the protective barrier that the god of holy light cast covered the sky, the old knight's physical body landed on the ground. However, he still stood there. Even though he had lost all signs of life, he still seemed like a statue that was angrily roaring at the heavens. His soul was no longer in his physical body. Lord Estrada. No way, this is impossible. Wah! Lord Estrada. When the crying crowd surrounded the old knight's corpse, the god of holy light's incarnation in midair discovered that this powerful barrier of light had already surpassed the limits of the world's natural laws. It would be impossible to break through this barrier without sacrificing an incarnation, so the god of holy light unhesitatingly left. At the same time, 2 divine decrees were simultaneously sent to the Holy Church's headquarters. One was to strip Estrada of all his glory, while the other was to declare the entire Holy Church's expeditionary army to be heretics, making it impossible for them to return home. The strongest god of holy light was still as powerful as the sun in the sky. Everything was forcefully reversed. 1 week later, a white ice crystal that emanated holy light and an old and faded silver battle hammer appeared in front of Roland. Everyone in the room fell into a long silence as they looked at this ice crystal and the old man's final words. After a dark night and a long period of silence, the pale-faced Roland carefully picked up the ice crystal and placed it in a black box. He then closed the box and placed it in his own world. At that moment, Harloise was able to clearly see everything inside the box. 3 of the 4 openings on the box had already been placed inside 3 god elemental items. The last remaining opening was quite obvious. Of the 4 remaining openings, there were only 3 pieces of ice crystal. The first one had a blue, watery glow. The second one had just been delivered, and the third one only had an opening without a crystal. The crystal had just been taken away by someone not long ago. The 4th piece was an ice crystal that didn't have any light at all. It was the exact same as the other 2 ice crystals that had been delivered. I was currently looking at the old battle hammer and lightly touching it. I felt rather tired and uneasy. Estrada must die because the holy light must be redeemed. It's all my fault. If I hadn't written the letter, Roland, this isn't your fault. This is your teacher's own choice. Even without your letter, he would have made the same decision. He's Estrada. I weakly nodded and then shook my head again. Harloise wasn't trying to comfort me. She was telling the truth, but she couldn't deny that I had given him a push at the very last moment. Roland, the ominous-looking black cat, jumped down from my shoulder and transformed into a golden-haired elf girl. She seemed to want to continue comforting me, but I shook my head again and stood up. Relax, I'm not that weak. We don't have much time left. Let's prepare for the next step. At the very least, my eyes unknowingly became hazy with tears. My ideal plan was suddenly destroyed by a torrent of emotions. Before I could even react, I instinctively knelt down and cried. Teacher, Estrada. At this moment, the sly calamity Roland wasn't here. The only one crying on the ground while hugging his knees was a young man who had just lost a teacher who was like a father to him. It suddenly started raining outside. The downpour passed as quickly as time itself. Memories of the past kept replaying in my mind. I was a hostage prince who was studying alone in a foreign land. Even though my mental age was far more mature than my physical appearance, I had never felt any less uneasy in my heart. The luckiest part was that I was able to meet Estrada at an age where I desired fatherly love the most. Perhaps the careless knight didn't know how to take care of others at all, but he used his actions to help me understand this world. Little Roland, why are you avoiding training again? Is knight training so boring? TSK, what year is it already? You're still talking about ancient times every day? Knight spirit? Protecting your companions? That's long outdated. This is an era of peace. We need to focus on the economy and industry. Gold is the most important. Knight and all that? Old antiques should be in museums. Even now, I still remembered his wounded expression and his large hand. I knew that I had said something wrong. But just as I closed my eyes and prepared to receive a slap, I felt someone caressing my head. You'll understand in the future. The old knight forced a smile, but he was worried that I would overthink things. I regretted making an elder who truly treated me well reveal such an expression. That's right, I understood now. When my knight sacrificed his life for me, I understood the value of sacrifice and loyalty. Sometimes justice, the safety of one's family, the safety of one's home, and even a seemingly ordinary peaceful sleep would require the sacrifice of countless lives. As the final reward of calamity, when one night after another collapsed in front of me, I understood the meaning of protection. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Only through the cycle of misfortune did I truly understand this world. This world desired the knight spirit and the glory of sacrifice. It wasn't that their thinking was slow and inflexible. It wasn't that they voluntarily gave up on a beautiful life and desired the so-called glory of battle. It was that this world was far too cruel. Some people needed to be sacrificed in order for more people to survive. We've never been afraid of sacrifice, as long as the sacrifice is worthwhile. Perhaps we'll die in a foreign country in the end, and even our names will be forgotten by the world. But this world isn't so perfect that we can easily survive. If it's destined that someone needs to be sacrificed, at the very least we won't have to worry about our family and home if we go. My parents' generation would always say such annoying nonsense that I would only understand after I became an adult. By then, I would already be regretting it. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't seem to stop crying. Perhaps I wasn't an intelligent person. At the very least, I was always slow to realize my own feelings. Every time I reincarnate, I choose to travel the world as a holy knight. Perhaps, deep down, I still yearn for those days. If only those things hadn't happened, and I could have become an ordinary holy knight. Every time, I would only learn to cherish something after losing it. This was the case in the Mist Kingdom. This was the case when I was with Lisa. Every time I understood something, a hole would appear in my heart. And now, that hole in my chest seemed impossible to fill. If it wasn't for today, I wouldn't even have known that I still had the ability to cry. Endless regret welled up within me. However, someone was no longer able to continue watching. Stand up, Roland. What would Estrada think if he saw you like this? He trusted you, which was why he made up his mind and gave you the key to changing his future and despair. Harlois's voice had a rare seriousness to it. I don't understand what a holy knight is, but as a teacher, I'm quite happy to teach others my own path. Even if I'm destined to die, the path I leave behind will exist forever. Isn't this the mark of my life? Estrada has even more disciples than I do. Even if he's now dead, there will only be more and more holy knight disciples walking on his path of protection. Also, that battle hammer, that holy hammer that can choose its own master. Do you still not understand why it ended up in your hands? The path of protection created by the strongest holy knight? Inheritance. I hesitated for a moment. Did a scoundrel like me even have the right to pick up the holy hammer that represented light and salvation? Idiot. Yes, you've always treated yourself as a scoundrel and a bastard. Yes, you're indeed a bastard filled with evil. But you've always used your own method to save this rotten world, and no one has ever done better than you. Such a person like you has never deviated from the path of protection. What other qualifications do you need? I fell silent, hesitated, and felt indecisive. You're the stupidest of all. What qualifications do you need to save and protect others? The holy light will never give up on asking for help. This world needs you. So what are you hesitating for, you idiot? If you're still worried, go ask him yourself. Didn't they say that holy weapons contain the wills and souls of past masters? As I hesitated, my fingertips touched the handle of the old war hammer. In the next instant, motes of silver light began to cleanse the broken body of the hammer. Divine runes flashed across the body of the hammer, and the holy radiance was ignited once more, filling the entire room with silver light. An illusion? I felt as if someone in the battle hammer was chanting an eternal battle song. The silver shadow once again showed me the epics of the past. Countless heroes and legends appeared in front of me, and the faces of the Valkyrie appeared in front of me. Both familiar and unfamiliar faces smiled at me. My hesitation was unnecessary, as the Valkyrie in the battle hammer had long since acknowledged me. Estrada! As I expected, the most familiar face of all was also among them. Right now, the old knight's encouraging and forgiving gaze explained everything. He didn't blame me, not at all. The rest of the path will be difficult, but I believe in you. And right now, he hoped that I would take on this path of protection. Just like that afternoon when I was avoiding training, when the illusory shadow in my dream vanished, Harloise also looked at me with anticipation in her eyes. It seemed that I no longer had any excuse to hesitate, and so I lifted the battle hammer and slung it on my shoulder. From now on, this battle hammer would become my most trusted partner. For the holy light, I never thought that I'd be able to say such a thing. You're no longer hesitating about inheriting my holy light? I was thinking too much. The path of protection is impossible to be broken. That's right, I believed that as long as the holy knight still existed, no, as long as humans still existed, the path of protection would never be broken, and my goal would never change. I swear that all sacrifices will be worth it. All villains will receive the retribution they deserve. The damned holy war will definitely end in my hands. I lightly touched the battle hammer as I silently looked at the dawn outside the window. I now had yet another family member that I needed to remember in my diary. While I now had a new responsibility on my shoulders, I now had a new mortal enemy. Teacher Estrada and that damned god of holy light. Chapter 431. Ominous news was like a raven of vengeance that was responsible for spreading calamities. It would always come so quickly and suddenly. In just 2 short days, news of Estrada's death had already spread to all major countries' intelligence agencies. At the same time, the Holy Church also announced that they had judged Estrada to be a heretic. The entire world was shocked, and then the entire world mourned. It wasn't difficult for a person to do a good deed once, but it would be difficult to do good deeds for an entire lifetime. Holy Night jobs were so popular in every country, while Holy Light priests and bishops received far worse treatment. That was because this job class required one to do good deeds for an entire lifetime. In fact, Holy Night jobs didn't even have to be paid for. It could be said that Holy Night jobs allowed one to travel all over the world without being suspected, and Estrada was doubtlessly the representative of the Holy Night job class. Estrada's time of fame was no longer reliable. However, he had always been viewed as the representative of the Holy Light in this world. He had always been the leader in countless calamities. When other species invaded, he would gather the allied armies of every country. When there was a plague, he would take the lead in providing aid. His nickname of Miracle Hand described how he was always able to create miracles in desperate situations. Perhaps the rulers of the major countries had a lot of opinions about the tyrannical Holy Church, but not a single person would be disrespectful to this old knight. After all, perhaps he had saved your great-grandfather, or perhaps your ancestors owed him a favor. Thanks to the countless myths and legends about him, this strongest holy knight had an incredibly high reputation among the common people. What was even rarer was that Estrada himself had absolutely no interest in power or status, nor did he care about politics at all. Everyone who was familiar with him knew. No, everyone knew that he was a friendly, harmonious, and unambitious good person. Yet, this old knight who was known as the representative of the Holy Light in this world was actually judged to be a heretic. Everyone could tell that something was wrong with this abnormal situation. At the very least, there was a problem somewhere. Estrada was personally killed by the god of Holy Light's incarnation. Rumors and official announcements simultaneously confirmed this nightmare. All the regional bishops and traveling Holy Knight furiously sent letters to the Holy Church's headquarters to inquire about the situation. However, they all received confirmation. Estrada is a heretic? Will he betray the Holy Light? The Holy Church's headquarters and Pope Casimir Carwins were in a terrible predicament right now. However, they couldn't come up with a lie to deny the God of Holy Light's suspicions. After all, the God of Holy Light's prophecy was right there, and nobody dared to go against the God of Holy Light's will. Thus, the incident naturally fermented. Why was Estrada killed by the God of Holy Light? What did he do? From a certain standpoint, it could be said that it made sense that the Holy Church had always been on guard against Estrada. The undying existence of a powerful individual would cause a qualitative change in the Holy Church's reputation to accumulate. Estrada was an individual who was far too dazzling. Even if he wasn't interested in power, just his existence alone would cause trouble for the organization. He blasphemed the Holy Light and was killed by the incarnation of a true God. The simpler the answer, the more thoughtful it was. The information contained in this answer was worth pondering, and it just so happened that Estrada had countless disciples. It was impossible to count how many disciples he had. The Holy Knight who joined the Holy Church because they admired him wouldn't be satisfied with such a simple answer. Countless Holy Knight, priests, and teaching staff all hurried over to the Holy Church's headquarters. And it just so happened that the Southern Church, which had just suffered a terrible blow, suddenly jumped out and started spreading their teachings of pure Holy Light. They accused the so-called God of Holy Light of being nothing more than a fake God who stole the teachings of Holy Light. The true Holy Light didn't need to worship this God, and Estrada was killed by the God of Holy Light precisely because he didn't realize the truth. The Southern Church's Pope even used the name of Holy Light to guarantee that what he said was the truth. Yep, what he believed to be the truth. If this had been any other situation, the Holy Church would have been able to retort. But it just so happened that the Holy Church's original allied armies witnessed everything that had happened. The several 100,000 Holy Light soldiers immediately disbanded. Some joined the Southern Church or the Bardi Empire. Some joined their friends and family. Some returned to their homeland, and some even joined the Holy Church. A deranged, true God intended to slaughter mortals. Estrada's choice and resolution, as well as the fact that he had regained the holy light after being deprived of it, became the perfect evidence for the Southern Church. Of course, the Holy Church would think of ways to eliminate the Holy Light's influence. However, the fact that Holy Light job class members couldn't lie in the name of Holy Light made it difficult for the Holy Church to deny the truth. For a time, the situation kept getting worse and worse. Every day, there would be people leaving the Holy Church. Some even lost their holy light because their faith was shaken. However, there were very few who managed to regain their holy light, which made the teachings of pure holy light seem like the truth. And it just so happened that the fairies, who had always been neutral, stabbed the Holy Church in the back. The fairies were one of the few species that didn't fear the god of holy light at all. First, they used an objective report to report what had happened. They even listed countless witnesses and testimonies to prove the most important point, that Estrada had been deprived of the right to use holy light by the angels and the god of holy light. But he had used his own abilities to reawaken the holy light. Of course, they also included the fact that the god of holy light had attempted to silence him. The most unbelievable part was that the fairies even discussed the mysteries of order and the true gods. They even pointed out the connection between divine concepts, divine power, holy light, and other positive powers. Although the fairies didn't say a single word about how the god of holy light wasn't the only wielder of holy light, this was definitely a conclusion based on their knowledge. And so the Southern Church's teachings of pure holy light received the support and technical support of a third party. As for why the fairies were willing to risk everything to offend the god of holy light, it seems that Estrada has gone insane. He intends to use a massacre to curry favor with the source of order. Not only that, he's also the strongest main god in the Order faction. If he continues to wield the throne, no matter who wins the Holy War, the mortal plane will probably end up in an even worse state than the last Holy War. We'll all starve to death. The fairies were direct victims of the last Holy War, as well as observers of multiple Holy Wars. They understood that it didn't matter who won, but the Chaos faction's maniacs were incredibly difficult to reason with. They lived by the law of the jungle. If they won, it would be only natural for them to eliminate the weak. That was why the fairies were originally inclined towards the Order faction. But it was obvious that if the god of holy light still had the right to speak in the Holy War, the fairies would be the losers no matter who won or lost. The situation was becoming more and more chaotic. When the Pope worriedly prayed to the true gods, he received an ambiguous and hazy divine message. We walk the path of order. The day of glory is upon us. At the same time, low-level angels kept arriving in 7 megachurches, including the Holy Church's headquarters. In 3 instances, true gods' incarnations even arrived. But this time, the church's Holy Church members didn't greet the angels with gazes of admiration. Instead, they looked at them with hostility, suspicion, and coldness. The growing suspicion brought about even more disputes and troubles. However, these cold angels and true gods' incarnations only cared about what they were doing and didn't care about the mortals' intentions. As expected, the god of holy light still hasn't given up on him. He intends to use force. He intends to personally send souls into the cycle of reincarnation. Isn't he worried about losing faith? Right now, the Holy Knights are refusing to listen to the Holy Church's orders. The Holy Church has lost at least a third of its combat strength. In his script, sending a tremendous number of souls into the cycle of reincarnation will allow him to obtain the source of order's recognition. Sacrificing mortals in exchange for his own power level is such a good deal. Even if those mortals are destined to die, why worry about losing faith? It would be better for them to die earlier and enter his divine kingdom to become his nourishment. As long as he remains in his position and still obtains the source of order's favor, he will forever be the strongest order main god, an undefeatable existence. I knew exactly what the god of holy light wanted. I also knew that in the current situation, the god of holy light was an undefeatable existence. If he forcefully started his soul harvesting plan, it would be impossible for us to stop him. After all, the god of holy light had accumulated more than half of the power of faith in the mortal plane over the past 2,000 years. This made the god of holy light far stronger than any ordinary main god should be. In fact, I didn't even believe that any chaos faction demon lords would be stronger than the god of holy light. Judging from how slow and mechanical he was, as he always was, I felt that he was likely the stupidest main god. And if he completely merged with the source of order, he would probably do everything in his power to send even more lives into the cycle of reincarnation. In that case, the fairy's judgment was absolutely correct. The god of holy light would be an even more dangerous enemy than the chaos faction. Is this game even playable? Forget about other people having idiotic teammates or idiotic leaders. Our leader wants us all to die, and nobody can change his leader. How are we supposed to play? Go die? As the holy war progressed, the god of holy light would likely become stronger and stronger. His direct influence in the mortal plane would also become greater and greater. Apart from the source of order's favor and the concept of holy light being amplified by the holy war, more importantly, as the elemental tide increased, the incarnations of powerful existences in the mortal plane would become stronger and stronger. Without the dimensional laws restraining them, the strongest existences would naturally be able to use their greatest power. And so a deadlock was placed in front of me from the very start. If I didn't stop the god of holy light's soul sacrifice, a large number of lives would die, and the goddess of order would revive. Game over. If I gathered all my power and stopped the god of holy light's soul sacrifice, then I would be crushed to death like a bug. Then he would complete his soul sacrifice in the middle of the holy war, and the goddess of order would revive. Game over as well. Just like that damned lousy game, it seemed that all choices were dead ends. That was why we decided not to choose. It's impossible to stop the god of holy light head-on, but there's a saying that's true. If the heavens close a door for you, they'll definitely open a window for you. Then did you find that window? Not yet. This lousy world isn't a game. There's no balance at all. There were no windows to begin with, so I intend to smash the wall. That's right. Going along with the god of holy light and the source of order's plans would only be a waste of energy. Only by jumping out of their logic and rules and attacking would we have a chance at victory. That was why we spent so much effort to prepare the grand plan of smashing the wall. Even Estrada was sacrificed for this. All of our sacrifices won't be in vain. As long as we have the final piece of the puzzle, we'll be able to activate the grand plan. Chapter 432. Fenbert, the capital of the Misty Mountains and the capital of the San Antonio AMU Mountains, was famous for its spice and gemstone processing industry. Fenbert was located in the middle of the mountains. Fenbert's history was quite legendary. In the beginning, this place was just a mountain village without any fertile land. The most dangerous thing about this place was the dangerous beasts that roamed the mountains. In the legends, there were also demons living in the Misty Mountains. These demons were omnipotent, but they ate humans as food. According to the legends, as long as someone walked into the mountains, they would never return. People often went missing in the mountain cities. The people in the mountains said that they were taken away by demons. However, more than 700 years ago, there was once a brave young man named AMU who walked into the mountains of his own volition. He fought against the demons and obtained the technology that made his hometown rich, the spice seeds called dragon wormwood, as well as the technology to mine and process gemstones. AMU used the large amount of wealth he obtained to build Fenbert's trading center, market, and military fortress. Not only did he become the first city lord of this city, he also became a hero that was passed down from generation to generation among his tribesmen. Gradually, even this mountain area was named after AMU. Since history was so long ago, no one took this legend seriously. After all, demons and such were unreliable to begin with. Nowadays, there were no more cases of people going missing. As for the adventurers who went into the mountains and never returned, there were more reliable explanations and guesses about what happened to them, considering the occasional roars of ferocious beasts echoing in the mountains. In the current AD era, although the environment here had changed beyond recognition, and even the gemstone mines that the AMU mountains relied on for their livelihood had been completely mined, the dragon wormwood and gemstone processing industry were still important economic pillars for the AMU mountains. Every year, countless merchant caravans would pass through the mountains, delivering precious gemstones, raw gemstones, spices, and finished gemstones, especially some magical gemstones that required special craftsmanship. The AMU mountains had the best gemstone craftsmen in the entire mortal plane. However, back then, the AMU people would never have imagined that a legend would become a reality. The legendary story of their ancestor from 700 years ago had become a burden for their descendants. Hello, we are here to collect our debts. Please fulfill the agreement that AMU made with us back then. Please return half of the wealth we obtained because of him to us. No money? Let's use the land to pay for it. Ogres did exist, and Hero AMU had signed a contract with them. The treasures and technology he obtained from the demons were not free, and some of the gains were actually owed to the demons. Now that the demons had returned to the human world, they had become his creditors. All right, speaking up to this point, perhaps everyone knew the true colors of these demons. Giant demons, so many giant demons. There are forest giant demons, snow giant demons, flame giant demons, all of them. When those repulsive great demons walked out of the Misty Mountains, they even brought with them a contract from many years ago. Even though it had been well kept, the words on the thin yellow paper that had been there for over 100 years were already illegible. What truly saved the contract from becoming a useless piece of paper was the great demon army that had come with it. In this mountainous region, an army of over 200,000 great demons had marched out. By now, it was likely that anyone could guess what had happened. Back then, the great demons had been defeated in the Holy War and fled to the depths of the mountains, which was how the so-called legends of the great demons came into being. However, the fact that they hadn't ventured out for so many years, to the point where there weren't even rumors about them, was enough to prove the perseverance of the great demons. According to historical records, these great demons were experts in witchcraft and primitive shamanism. There were records of them using potions and magical gems in many religious and magical rituals. Since they pursued the origin of the soul, their knowledge of herbology far surpassed that of the elves of the same generation. Knowledge was power and wealth. It was quite possible that the great demons' unique knowledge would allow a remote mountain city to flourish once again. As for why they chose AMU to sign such a contract that was obviously impossible to fulfill, as long as he is a brave warrior who has overcome countless dangers to reach the depths of the mountains, he will be able to survive in a battle against our brave warriors. So what if we give him a small gift? Our tribe isn't some barbaric tribe. We respect brave warriors. After so many years, AMU wasn't the only one who signed this 50-50 contract. However, he was the only one who truly fulfilled it. AMU is indeed a true brave warrior. Nobody knew if AMU was telling the truth or not, but the fact that he was an unfamiliar neighbor made many people feel slightly better. After all, AMU was also a hero of the tribe. Being respected by an outsider also made them feel a bit better. Of course, what really made these creditors stay behind was their powerful army. A famous warrior in the mountains had been sliced in half by a great demon squad leader, and a militia of less than 3,000 had been completely annihilated in just 3 short hours. Since they couldn't defeat the great demons, nor could they resist, they could only believe whatever the great demons said. The AMU mountains were close to uninhabited mountains, so there were no imaginary enemies at all. The only forces stationed here were the city guards and militia. The former could probably deal with the troublemaking great demons, while the latter's imaginary enemies were the wild beasts in the mountains. If they wanted to organize reinforcements, they would probably need to mobilize the domain lords of several other provinces, which would take quite some time. The Holy Church and Holy Knight, who should have been proactive in dealing with this situation, got themselves into their own trouble. At the very least, it was impossible to count on them for the time being. And so, in just 2 short days, the great demons in the AMU mountains cut off all contact with human society and became vassals of the great demons. This was no longer the same as it was several hundred years ago, when there was no communication in the mountains. Merchants brought with them a new generation of culture and common sense. The great demons didn't have a good reputation. Their natural tendency to feed on other intelligent creatures terrified the great demons to the extreme. Even though the great demons claimed that they had changed their habit, the skull ornaments and sharp teeth on their necks made people feel uneasy. However, the great demons took their time and used practical actions to change the great demons' impression of the great demons. They actively distributed food on the streets, sent out beautiful great demon women to play with the children, and had veteran hunters and great demons talk about their experiences of survival in the mountains. Of course, when considering the great demons' sensitive pride, the great demons also praised the great demons' unique culture and legendary heroes. The food called breadfruit was delicious and instantly became popular in the city. The great demons' jewelry smiths, herbalists, and alchemists also received a large number of new recipes and precious ingredients. Promises like the future city of jewels and the city of art ruled by merchants and craftsmen also caused the great demons' imaginations to run wild. It had to be said that the great demons did an excellent job. This was far more effective than forcefully invading the AMU mountains. There was definitely someone capable behind all this planning and strategic support. As the great demons were strangers that the entire mortal plane was familiar with, the great demons' first appearance would have an important impact on the world. If the great demons were like the great demons in the stories, then it was likely that everyone would fight them to the bitter end. But if the great demons had a slightly gentler image, such as a friendly species that intended to blend into the world, then there would at least be less trouble. Of course, there were great demons among the great demons who accused the great demons of being fakes. However, the result was that these smart people mysteriously disappeared. Large amounts of daily necessities suddenly appeared. The great demons gave out free food and gold coins, which benefited all the great demons. The great demons who were willing to spend money almost completed their strategic plan. Even the fairies hiding in the shadows had prepared extra papers for the great demons. Yes, almost. The problem wasn't that a certain hero or crusader suddenly appeared. San Antonio had plenty of problems to deal with, and the great demons wouldn't be able to deal with the great demons for the time being. The problem was the great demons themselves. Kill them all and bring their heads to the altar. At a certain point in time, the great demon who had been so friendly just last night suddenly transformed into a vicious villain. The great demon warriors who had been frowning and smiling earlier now had a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes as they hurled their deadly spears at the great demons. The slaughter started quite suddenly and ended just as quickly. In less than 12 hours, hundreds of thousands of great demons began their slaughter. Of the 170,000 great demons in San Antonio, only a few thousand managed to survive or escape. Countless human heads were placed on the altars made from human skeletons. Even now, the great demons still couldn't understand why such a thing had happened. Why was it that the great demons had been talking nicely just yesterday, but now people were being killed? The entire city was covered in blood and a foul stench. The bloodthirsty great demons hunted like demons. However, the lucky survivors gathered near the city's main gate were fortunate enough to witness what happened next. All the altars were lit up one by one. Red pillars of light lit up the clouds in the sky. Even though it was daytime, the sun disappeared without a trace. When the night sky and the blood-red moon suddenly appeared in the sky, the blood on all the altars began to boil. It moved and finally merged into a purplish-red pool of blood. Under the chanting of the great demon shaman and great demon shaman, The blood pool and the blood-red moon in the sky had an inexplicable connection. As the blood-red light shone down, the blood pool seemed to transform into a living creature. It grew larger and larger, and the blood became thicker and thicker. Finally, it expanded to nearly 10 times its original size and swallowed all the remaining survivors. Those who were left at the end were either the young and strong brave ones or the wise and mature elders. They would become the best sacrifices. When the first blood-red goat-horned demon walked out of the boiling blood pool, the exhausted great demon shaman, Hatley, finally heaved a sigh of relief. For the sake of this scene, the great demons had destroyed their entire strategic plan. If they had still failed, then even as the leader of the Poison Spear tribe, he wouldn't have been able to survive. One by one, the goat-horned demons walked out of the blood pool. They weren't particularly tall. Their triangular goat faces were rather funny, and their hooves were similar to those of the goat-horned demons. However, the upper bodies of the goat-horned demons were completely human. The leader of the goat-horned demons, Pain, was a giant, gray, goat-horned demon. The moment he came out, he shook off the blood on his body and casually chewed on the remains of the sacrifices around him. After hurriedly eating his fill, he ran back to the blood pool and pushed away the great demon spellcaster. He stood by the blood pool and tore open his own arm to let out his blood. He kept chanting an incantation to expand the area of the lower plane door. They were sickle, goat-horned demons. It was said that they were a special type of demonized form of the fallen goat-horned demons and ox demons. They were also a race of demons that were skilled at spellcasting. The fact that they were the first batch of vanguards spoke volumes. With the help of the goat-horned demons, the blood pool grew larger and larger. The goat-horned demons that had used up all of their magic power were directly thrown back into the blood pool by Pain. They howled in pain and turned into a puddle of blood, becoming nutrients for the blood pool. Seeing this scene, the goat-horned demons could only speed up their spell casting. They even started mutilating their own limbs as sacrifices in order to stabilize the lower plane door as soon as possible. Finally, when the goat-horned demons hadn't jumped out of the blood pool for more than 20 minutes, a red, ghostly claw suddenly reached out from the blood pool. He accidentally touched the city wall and casually grabbed a few great demons and goat-horned demons before throwing them back into the blood pool. While those unlucky goat-horned demons were still howling in pain in midair, the blood pool suddenly retreated rapidly, as if the teleportation door was about to collapse. However, Pain revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. As he hurriedly retreated, he raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl, as if he was happy. Before the unlucky goat-horned demons that were grabbed by the gigantic hand could land on the ground, the gigantic mouth that had swallowed half of the blood pool swallowed them all in one gulp. Their final screams were made through clenched teeth. The bloody sacrifices continued. The gigantic mouth that had transformed into an abyssal lord had already arrived in the mortal world. Right now, the only thing that had entered this world was the gigantic mouth that was 30 meters wide. Blood food, even more blood food. Delicious, delicious, devour, evolve. This existence that was at least a demon earl seemed to be slightly delirious. He couldn't even speak clearly. Purgatory, devour. Butchurus? Why is it him? Great, which Dr. Hatley recognized this evil and venerated existence, but he was silently dragging his feet. His original plan to negotiate with the demon lord was immediately cancelled. In front of this demon lord, it would be good enough if he could stay alive. He didn't want to send himself to his death. The Purgatory Devourer Butchurus was an extremely senior demon lord. Although his individual strength was considered top-notch even amongst demon counts, he viewed his appetite as greater than anything else, so he was doubtlessly the worst kind of reinforcement. Perhaps Hatley's great demon army wouldn't even be enough for him to eat. Meanwhile, Butchurus seemed to be stuck in the dimensional door. He kept roaring angrily, and the goat-horned demons were busy running around in an attempt to save their lord. It was obvious that these sacrifices weren't enough for such a demon lord to come to the mortal plane. However, the impatient Baturus didn't have the habit of waiting. When the goat-horned demon leader Pain spent a large amount of time persuading and explaining things to Baturus, Baturus finally shrunk back a little. At the very least, part of the blood pool's dimensional space appeared. However, his 8 blood-red eyes that were filled with hunger and desire for slaughter displayed his desire to the fullest. And so, the demons jumped out of the blood pool again. This time it wasn't the weaklings like the goat-horned demons that came out. Instead, it was the berserker demons, dragon-tail demons, devour demons, and other slaughter demons. Some of these demons were tall and powerful, capable of shattering a giant's head with a single punch. Some of these demons had venomous wings and began searching for new prey in the sky. Although there were general classifications of demons that were skilled at evolution and devouring, each individual's evolution would be extremely strange, and their abilities would be vastly different. It could be said that there wasn't a single demon in the world that was exactly the same. If one had to find an analogy, it would be that the uglier a demon was, the stronger and more vicious it would be. All demons were the most unwelcome guests in the mortal plane. Apart from creating ruins and no man's land, they didn't know how to do anything else. The demon lord waved his whip in midair, but there was no need to do so. That was because the demon lord's eyes were filled with hunger and desire for slaughter, which was far more effective than any method of supervising the battle. The demons finished reorganizing themselves at an incredibly high efficiency and then directly started attacking the mortal plane. They wanted to find sufficient sacrifices for their lord. A new night of slaughter had begun in advance. It's finally done. Harley heaved a sigh of relief as he hid in a corner. Since the demon lord had arrived, he and his tribe would naturally retreat. No, it would be more accurate to say that if they didn't hurry up and leave, it was highly likely that they would become snacks for the demon lord before them. Agreements? Plans? Allies? High-level demons wouldn't think so much. Their brains were filled with muscle instincts and reflexes. Satisfying their own desires was the most important thing. As for plans and whatnot, they would simply carry them out when they remembered them, and forget about them if they forgot. Losses caused by not carrying out the plan and punishment from their superiors? First of all, demons would rarely think about battle situations or strategies. Secondly, the demon lords who were able to single-handedly occupy an entire plane in the bottomless abyss all felt like they were the second most powerful existence in the world. So-called superiors didn't even exist to begin with. Rather than saying that they were companions working together for the sake of a common goal, it would be more accurate to say that they were bastards who hurriedly rushed over to the mortal plane to enjoy slaughter and flesh. And it just so happened that this incredibly simple way of thinking gave them the most suitable evolutionary path. Demons would forever grow through slaughter, but in terms of overall combat strength, the demons would have limitless potential as long as the river Styx didn't stop. They were definitely the strongest existences in all dimensions. As for whether or not eating their allies would cause damage to their plans, most hungry demon lords would think about it after eating their allies, but it would be far too late for the ogres. Damn it, I clearly supported the original plan. So why did they send me? That's right, the ogres had lost everything in the Holy War and had long since chosen the Chaos Evil Gods and the Chaos Abyss as their new masters. In fact, many ogres who had transformed into hell had been living in the lower planes for a long period of time. It was no longer possible for them to return to the mortal plane through normal means. The ogres' original plan was completely different. They should have done everything in their power to obtain the human world's recognition. At the very least, they shouldn't be treated as a major threat. They should then gradually devour the surrounding cities and lands, secretly becoming the demon army's front lines instead of such a simple and crude method of slaughtering humans. But sometimes the plan just couldn't keep up with the changes. In the end, the ogre's sudden change in strategy actually had a lot to do with Roland. Although there was no timetable for the Holy War, there were still some unspoken rules. Mortal species would have mortal enemies, while the Order gods would have mortal enemies like the Chaos evil gods. Soldiers would fight soldiers and generals would fight generals. Only when the enemy's general had been eliminated would they begin killing the enemy soldiers. This unspoken rule was based on the actual situation and the abilities of both sides. The current elemental tide was still far from its peak. Sending powerful combat strength to the mortal plane would be costly, and it wouldn't be worth it, especially since the demons would be at a great disadvantage. That was why it should be time for the representative to be the front lines. But now this unspoken rule and tacit agreement had been broken by the Order faction's main god of holy light. Not only had he sent his main god incarnation, he had also sent a large number of low-level and mid-level angels and follower gods to the mortal plane. This had doubtlessly broken the balance of power, speeding up the Holy War's progress. And so, in response, the Chaos Abyss had also sent its own vicious beasts and demon armies. The end result was that due to the butterfly effect, high-level combat strength, like the demons and angels, had arrived far earlier than expected. Fortunately, the relatively low-level elemental tide was still restricting the demons. Only half a demon earl and half a demon army would come as a sacrifice to the mortal plane. Even though the demons had arrived in the mortal plane, it would still be quite difficult for them to increase their combat strength and obtain even more victories. After all, there would definitely be a problem with replenishing their troops. If the Holy Church organized an expeditionary army at this time, it was likely that they would be able to swiftly eliminate this problem. But when considering the Holy Church's current desperate situation, it was better not to think too highly of it. And while the butterfly effect made the mortal plane's troubles worse and worse, the mortal plane's calamity was getting closer and closer. But right now, Roland was doing something as evil as summoning demons. He was summoning devils. Chapter 433. Dimensional Laws? Actually, it's quite easy to understand. A mature dimension is just like a large mansion with an owner. The creator is the master of the mansion, while the gods with divine concepts are the managers of the various aspects of the mansion. Some are responsible for sprinkling water, rain, while others are responsible for the workers and residents, reincarnation. If you create a job that makes the mansion run better, and you obtain the owner's approval, you'll naturally become a god. And as long as the mansion still exists, you'll naturally be undying. The Game of Space and Time, 3rd book. Guesses on the World's Unsolved Mysteries by Salius Solomon. Salius was known as the greatest spatial archmage of all time. His understanding of space and time was the foundation for the mage country's research in these two top-tier areas. However, when the first book, Time, and the second book, Space, became compulsory courses for all mages who studied space, time, dimensional summoning, illusion magic, and so on, the third book caused Salius's evaluation to plummet, directly turning him from a wise sage into one of the few insane mages in history. As for whether or not what Salius said was true, or whether or not the assassins sent by the church had actually killed off one of the strongest mages in the world, no one knew. However, it had already been more than 300 years since Salius last appeared in the world, and now the third book could only be found in the circle of elderly mages. That was because Salius's explanation of the god's secrets was far too simple and easy to understand. Belief and longing required a certain amount of distance. It would be quite difficult for anyone to crazily worship someone who only burped when eating and farted when sleeping, even if Salius was indeed a god. Perhaps this was another way of saying that longing was the furthest distance from the truth. Although mages had always lacked faith in the gods, they at least knew the severity of the situation. Knowledge was power, but some things only needed to be clear about themselves. There was no need to be too extreme before breaking off relations with the gods. Knowledge about dimensions, time order, divine concepts, and so on was basically something only archmages could learn. As for the plane's laws, Old Man Salius had a more direct explanation in the forbidden 3rd volume. Under normal circumstances, a god's true body can't reach the world of Achi. They can only remotely control their believers and avatars to indirectly command them. This is because the owner of the house didn't open the door to invite these fellows in. He's afraid that these strong and clumsy fellows will break the furniture and beat the servants. But in a special situation, the gods' means of interfering with the world would be more direct. In a certain period of time, all restrictions would be removed, and outsiders could easily enter the house. Even the butlers could move around freely. Yes, that is the so-called Holy War. And according to the data we've collected and organized over the years, the rise and fall of the elemental tide has already surpassed the scope of what mortals and gods can control. This is more like an exchange mechanism between the Ichi plane and the 4 elemental planes. During this period, when the elemental tide is at its peak, the entire world seems to be renewing and replacing something. Perhaps this is a replacement mechanism for the world itself. Yep, I don't have any proof. This is only a guess. However, new species, minerals, plants, and animals that appear after every holy war seems to prove my theory. In the Holy War, there's a high chance that the previous ruler of the world will be defeated in battle, or that a large number of them will die to the point where they're no longer able to rule over the world. Their survivors will also mysteriously and naturally have a lower birth rate. On the other hand, 95% of all intelligent creatures in the entire plane will die. After the Holy War ends, the new ruler species will welcome a new generation of births, and the living space left behind by other species will become the new ruler species territory. This is just like a planned reward for the victor. The best proof of my theory isn't just the birth rate of humans after the last Holy War. It's the large number of births after the elves won the previous Holy War. They're famous for having low birth rates, and after the last Holy War, their birth rate dropped by an order of magnitude. If you look back, it's almost as if the Holy War became a necessary growth period for the world. We humans are nothing more than sacrifices. We aren't the owners of this house or world, but rather short-term tenants. In the end, we still have to give the key to the next tenant. No, if my theory is correct, even the so-called supreme gods are nothing more than relatively high-level sacrifices. Perhaps I should say that they are consumables. All of us are a part of this world, and we're all here to serve this world. The river Styx will never stop flowing, and demons and devils will never stop. As long as the heavens pillar still exists, all living beings will believe in the gods and desire to have a good place to return to after death. The order gods will also have an endless source of faith. But compared to the chaos faction's evil gods, such a powerful existence will have far too many limitations. At the very least, they will be controlled by the source of order. Back in the day when Roland read this, his first reaction wasn't, "Ah, that's right." Instead, it was unbelievable. This guy actually didn't disappear because he knew too much? And then, after asking others, he learned that Archmagistrata had indeed disappeared several hundred years ago. Only then did he nod. That's right. As expected, that's how it should be. That's the ending. Back in the day in the Mage Country, Archmage Salius's theory was viewed as far too extreme. Since the 3rd volume only stated that it was a conjecture, and the entire book was filled with guesses and guesses without any evidence to support it, naturally not many people believed it. Of course, it was impossible for it to spread. Most importantly, nobody would be able to obtain any power or knowledge from a theory that was filled with conjectures. But if it wasn't useful at all, this 3rd volume would have long since been tossed into the library with nobody interested in it. This traditional mage, who had absolutely no interest in demonology or summoning magic, had obtained many byproducts from his research. He had astonishing achievements in demon summoning, dimensional travel, and so on. In that case, it's quite easy to explain why demons and devils require blood sacrifices to come to this world. Those bloody rituals often had many requirements, but the common point was that the more shock the sacrificial offering received before death, and the more tragic the death, the better. According to my research on those rituals, the sacrificial offering's soul wouldn't be consumed, but it would vanish. There's a common saying among demons: souls are the only currency in the lower planes. In that case, where did the currency obtained from blood sacrifices go? I personally believe that it was paid to the Chaos Abyss or this world itself, as a toll fee and accommodation fee for demons to exist in the mortal world. I've done a series of experiments in this area and obtained some results. A simple blood sacrifice kit, a unit of measurement for souls, a method to communicate with the residents of the lower planes, a new demon-binding spell formation that was basically a loophole in the dimensional laws, and a dual-dimensional summoning method. The Archmage's research results in this area caused countless semi-god demon warlocks and summoners to feel ashamed. Their own classical subjects and research results had actually been created by a mage of another school. The best evidence for my inference is that the lowest level demons have incredibly weak abilities, even weaker than ordinary beasts. They definitely shouldn't be restricted by the dimensional laws. However, summoning them requires a blood sacrifice, even if it's the mage's own blood. This completely goes against the mainstream elemental tide restriction theory. According to that theory, the demons shouldn't be restricted in any way. At the same time, the undead are also quite unpopular, but the undead don't need a blood sacrifice to be summoned from the undead plane. And it just so happens that the residents of the lower planes don't have to go through so much trouble to go to other planes. Perhaps the blood sacrifice itself isn't that important. In fact, it's just an application to enter a house. What it needs is the dimensional law's approval. In that case, I have yet another inference. It would have been fine if this was the end of the research, but if people continued reading until here, Duobai would exclaim in astonishment. Old Salius's disappearance was truly his own fault. It's one thing for him to play around with his own imagination, but he actually dared to write about it in a book. What did he write? He wrote the truth about the Holy War. In that case, in the middle and late stages of the Holy War, even demons don't need to pay a toll to enter this world. Does that mean that the owner of this house sent an invitation to the demons? In that case, we should carefully think about why the owner of this house, the Order Gods, and the Source of Order sent an invitation to the demons. What motives do they have? Do they want to win the Holy War? Or do they simply want to see countless lives destroyed in the Holy War, an entire world being destroyed and rebuilt after the war? In that case, perhaps becoming the victor of the Holy War isn't necessarily a good thing. After all, they'll often become the main sacrifices in the next Holy War. Otherwise, how would they be able to gather so many soul coins? Perhaps it's not only the residents of the lower planes who need soul coins, but also those in heaven. Although there were quite a few idiots in this day and age, there were also quite a few smart ones. This was especially true for the ancient artifacts who had lived for countless years. Their long lifespans gave them limitless knowledge. At the very least, the elderly dragons who had been able to remain neutral in all the previous holy wars would definitely know something. But it was fine if they knew, but not only did Salius say it, he even wrote about it. It was evident that he was courting death. It was also worth mentioning that Salius was Marguerite's teacher's teacher. Even these unknown books were obtained from Marguerite. For the current me, having such a courting death pioneer, a senior who was worthy of respect, was truly delightful, especially since Salius had casually written down many of his successful research results in this forbidden book, which saved me a lot of trouble. In fact, even the idea of using the dimensional foundation to summon demons, sending out invitations to other planes, was something I came up with based on Salius theories. Yep, summoning demons and devils in the mortal plane requires a blood sacrifice. Summoning demons in other planes doesn't require that, but it's highly likely that they'll fail. The main reason is that other planes don't have enough resources, and the demons are afraid that it'll be a trap to enslave them. As for why the demons in the mortal plane aren't afraid that it'll be a trap, the flesh and souls of the mortal plane are the reason why the demons are willing to take such a risk. And if they only send their incarnations, they'll be even less of a threat. Before me was a gigantic summoning spell formation that had a radius of several dozen kilometers. This was a modified version of Salius' simple summoning spell formation. The white dragons that were flying in the sky had helped me draw it. Obtaining the white dragon's recognition was far too worthwhile. This type of summoning spell formation would be difficult for ordinary people to understand, but it would be nothing for dragons. If other dragons saw this, they would likely learn that the target of our summoning didn't exist in the world of Eichi. No matter what, the residents of the lower planes would always be the most unwelcome type. Forget about summoning demons. They're part of our plan, after all. Demons are reasonable. What are you intending to do by summoning demons? Supreme immemorial white dragon Sam landed on the ground and transformed into his snow elf form. Not far away from the gigantic summoning spell formation was a slightly smaller one. Although this summoning spell formation was also in the lower planes, it wasn't in hell where the devils resided. Instead, it was in a certain level of the endless chaos abyss. I'm here to help because of my personal connections. This should be the direct territory of a demon lord who's at least a demon count. Are you certain that they'll be reasonable with you and not burn you with the flames of calamity? There's no need to test her. She's trustworthy. She's the new demon Marchioness. Even if I tell you her name, you probably won't know. Besides, if I don't go find her, the flames of calamity will definitely burn me. The new demon Marchioness, the one from the fire sea, she and you. She should, possibly be his girlfriend? Why are you asking me a question? Oh, I get it. Youngsters are truly amazing. You actually dare to date a demon. You're afraid that she'll accidentally eat you. Right? How tall is she? 300 meters or 400 meters. If she's a fire type, she should have abyss demon flames that can burn anything, right? She's so young, but can she control them so easily? Can your tiny body take the damage if the flames go awry? Samson first looked at me like I was a warrior, but then he looked at me like I was a martyr. I felt like I couldn't take the damage, but at his reminder, my back began to sweat. I seemed to have unknowingly forgotten something again. If Eliza came later, she would be in her true demon Marchioness body, not a temporary incarnation created through an incomplete blood sacrifice. Although a complete demon Marchioness would be a reliable combat strength if she intended to deal with me first or accidentally stomp me to death. Oh my, you're quite self-aware. No, I should say that you've improved. You know that she'll deal with you? Silly cat, you're actually trying to hit me while I'm down. How about we modify the spell formation and at least delay it? I'm not ready yet. The black cat shook her head when she saw that the spell formation had already lit up. It's already too late. She's even more anxious than you are. She's already here. I don't know if you're ready, but she's most likely ready. Chapter 434. Demon and Devil? That's just two different ways of saying the same thing. Most residents of the mortal plane wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two. After all, it was quite rare for them to meet these two existences, and even if they did meet, there wouldn't be much of a difference. They would both die anyway, and their souls would be brought to the lower planes. But in reality, the two of them were completely different creatures. Their personalities and habits were vastly different, and they were mortal enemies. In most situations, if they met each other, starting a war would definitely be their first choice. Those sly devils, their brains are filled with schemes and calculations. Only the weak need such things. In front of me, demons, their weak bodies and laughable evil techniques are useless. Demons? Are you talking about those idiots who think with their red biceps? These foolish creatures in the world are such a waste of space. The only thing they can be proud of is that they have slightly more numbers than us. Yep, perhaps you should also add in their brute strength that matches their ugly appearances. From a certain standpoint, although they were both residents of the Chaos Abyss and the Bottomless Abyss were two completely different things. If you only looked at numbers, the demons didn't just have slightly more than the devils. There were at least 10 times more demons than devils. But since most of the demons were busy fighting amongst themselves, this advantage in numbers was meaningless. Devils were as sly as devils. Although there was a slightly unnecessary meaning to it, it was indeed a compliment. This also explained the most obvious characteristic of devils, slyness. Wisdom is seen as sly, short-sightedness is seen as decisive, true bravery is seen as reckless, and cowardice is seen as calm. Don't pay too much attention to the opinions of mortals, Camilches. The origins of devils were a secret to ordinary people, but for the ancient ones, these fallen, first-generation humans who had changed identities weren't any secret at all. As former members of the Order faction, even though they had fallen into the chaos abyss, they still maintained their habits as first-generation creatures of order. This was especially true for the 4 strongest first-generation humans who still ruled over the entire devil world, which helped them preserve many of their old customs and power levels. As the children of chaos, they highly valued social class and order. Although there were constant infighting within their race, they were able to cooperate with each other when necessary. For demons, it was their nature to stand in a certain position based on their abilities. If their abilities didn't match their status, a successful scheme would be seen as an honor. After all, if the inferior succeeded in defeating the superior, it probably meant that the devil's abilities were at a higher level. In a sense, the structure of their society was similar to that of a private company in modern society. Everyone seemed to be serving the company, but in fact, they were serving themselves. The easiest way to climb up the ladder was to make their superiors make big mistakes and snitch on them. Therefore, although the society of the demons was not as bloody as that of the demons, it was still exhausting and abnormally cruel. Yet the demons enjoyed this kind of internal strife. What was worth mentioning was that the private companies that were doing quite well also had relatively stable higher-ups. Unlike the demon lords and nobles, who always took turns, the 9 devil lords rarely changed. Many of them were even old fellows who had existed since the first generation of humans until now. Any one of them was an existence that could cause headaches to any emperor or true god. Their schemes had caused countless kingdoms to turn into bubbles and ancient gods to become the remains of true gods. Some people were unable to understand the goals of these devils, but perhaps it was because these devil lords only plotted schemes because their daily lives were far too boring. All they wanted was the joy of succeeding in their schemes. And now, these old fellows who caused headaches to the gods all walked in front of me and bowed to me, lowering their heads in a way that they had never lowered their heads to any god before. Little Roland, according to that existence, from now on, we shall listen to your commands. Please be at ease and use us as your tools. And as long as you are able to fulfill the long-cherished wish of our species, we shall revere you as... Cough. Got it. I stopped Camilches, the king of lies, midway through his sentence. After all, there were still white dragons around us, especially the supreme immemorial white dragon Sam. He was currently looking at us with interest, but his seemingly innocent eyes contained an unconcealable astonishment. Camilches, the oldest of the 9 devil lords, was also known as the king of lies by others. Yet, such an existence was affectionately called Little Camilches by Ale. Just by looking at his outer appearance, nobody would believe that this polite, middle-aged gentleman before us was a devil. He had a mustache, wore a monocle, and wore a gentleman's hat. He even held a book under his arm, and his slightly cautious gaze contained a hint of sincerity. At first glance, he seemed just like a noble scholar who focused on academic research. However, if I were to list all the heroes, commoners, nobles, and kings that had been deceived by him, it would probably be thicker than a dictionary. The most ridiculous part was that it was impossible to find out his true power level or what he was skilled at in the mortal world. In other words, there was no record of him fighting at all. In that case, either everyone who saw his true power level was dead, or he didn't even need to do anything to kill anyone. The former was still understandable, but the latter was even more difficult to deal with. And it just so happened that based on the information I obtained from Ale, he probably didn't need to do anything at all. Mortal, your scheme has moved me. Even if you fail, I'll still leave a position for you by my side. However, I look forward to the day when you won't be of any use to me. King of Rebellion, Martian was also a male devil. However, unlike the King of Lies who had transformed into his human form, this devil lord who enjoyed stirring up rebellions and subjugating his superiors remained in his devil form. As for what form he took, I could only see his knees when I looked up. The pitch-black mist made it impossible to see his face and physique clearly. He seemed like a shadowy monster in the middle of a tornado. However, his dark green eyes flashed with an evil light. His deep voice echoed throughout the entire Chaos Valley, causing my ears to ring. He truly seemed like an emperor. Don't be so rude, Martian. It's not good to scare a newcomer. My dear Roland, could you tell Sister Thea about your past? Although I've heard some from him before, I still want to hear it from you. Ilmigia, the queen of temptations, the queen of all lustful demons. Perhaps these demonesses who were skilled at deception and seduction weren't as famous as the demon succubi, but that wasn't because they weren't strong enough. It was because when they did things in the mortal plane, they were used to blaming their actions on succubi who had similar physical appearances and abilities. Ilmigia's voice echoed in my ears as if she was my soulmate. Although she appeared to be a gentle and cute woman, I felt that she was the most troublesome devil out of all the other devils. That was because the other devil lords wouldn't make trouble for me at such a critical moment. But Ilmigia would bring endless trouble if she got even slightly closer to me. This famous queen was more than 3 meters tall, but she didn't look fat at all. Her devilish curves were doubtlessly seductive, and her pure and cute face was as pure as an angel's. She was the perfect embodiment of an angel's face and a devil's body. Her alluring aura was right in front of me. I nodded, but immediately took 2 steps back, directly indicating that I wanted to distance myself from her. This wasn't because I was a neat freak, but rather because the maid's piercing gaze behind me really gave me a headache. That's right, a maid. She was still a maid. I had previously imagined what Ilmigia would look like after she gave up on all power and transformed into a demon. Even the most conservative estimate would be that she would be a gigantic demon that was more than 100 meters tall. This wasn't because I had any prejudice against demons. It was because demons were creatures of complete chaos. They had an aura of chaos right down to their very bones. Devils had a social structure similar to a pyramid. The lower ranks could use their own hard work to achieve results and obtain the recognition and promotion of their superiors, even if it would take several hundred years. There were only 2 ways for the devils to obtain higher status and greater power: killing and eating. Killing everything in sight and transforming the experience gained from combat into power for growth. If this was understandable, then it would be quite troublesome for demons to devour their own species. Any demon would be capable of devouring the weak or the defeated, using their nutrition and strengths to strengthen themselves and obtain even stronger mutations. This species' ability to self-evolve seemed quite powerful, and it was actually quite powerful. However, this caused the species to never stop having internal strife. In fact, most demons viewed their own species as their number 1 enemy. 90% of their lives were spent fighting against demons. However, it was also because of this species' natural talent that could be said that demons were the easiest to mass-produce among the top-level combat strength. A demon lord could be produced as long as there were enough high-level demons to kill and devour. As long as there were enough mid-level demons, there would be no lack of high-level demons. This type of growth was filled with countless unpredictable mutations and sudden situations. Not a single demon would have the exact same power and physical body. After all, not even they knew how they had eaten to such a degree. By the way, Ilmigia's sole imprint of devouring and plundering was also inextricably linked to her identity as a child of the abyss and her demon bloodline. It was precisely because of this species' natural instinct of survival of the fittest that demons fought from a young age, from the weakest imp to a demon lord. They were incredibly skilled in combat and thirsted for combat. Demons of the same power level were also the most outstanding in combat among other species. There was a joke that if demons, angels, and demons of roughly the same power level were placed together, only the victor would be able to come out. The victor would definitely be a demon, and the survivor would definitely be a devil. As for angels, you could ask those two bastard chicken wings if they tasted good. Actually, when this senseless joke spread, there were indeed some devil lords who had even more senseless reasons to try it out. However, the result was that after more than 100 experiments, more than 70% of those who came out were demons, and more than 20% were angels. That was because the so-called intelligence of the devils met the completely unreasonable demons, just like how a scholar met a soldier. The demons would usually first kill the devils before going to fight the angels. If the demons won, they would have a high chance of killing both of them. However, even if the devils barely won against the demons, they would most likely immediately die to the angels. Getting back to the main topic, demons had a devouring ability that was engraved into their very bones. Their evolution was all about becoming stronger, and fiercer. The end result would be that they would achieve their goals, and their physical bodies would be able to handle their own combat requirements and abilities. However, the negative side effects would be even uglier. Apart from succubi and other unique demons that were slightly better looking, most demon lords of the abyss had the appearance of various terrifying monsters. Their various strange abilities would be unknown until they fought them, and by the time they learned about their abilities, they would most likely have already entered the river Styx. As for the demon Marchioness that I imagined, she would at least be more than 100 meters tall with 4 or 6 legs. Her entire body would be covered in green hellfire. Her voice would be like thunder, her movement would be like an earthquake, her path would be like a volcano, and her fall would cause the ground to crack. I never expected that she would still look like this. Currently, Elisa was wearing gold-rimmed eyes. Her familiar silver hair had elven pointy ears, and her black and white maid attire was still the same style as before. It was just that the skirt that I had designed seemed slightly longer than before. Compared to before, my maid had lost her hellish characteristics like a tail and claws. She looked far more human-like than before. At the very least, I couldn't find any traces of a demon on her. Of course, this meant that she had definitely undergone a physical transformation. I wasn't an idiot. I definitely wouldn't ask her about it. The moment that I walked out of the dimensional door, I didn't even have the chance to greet her before she silently stood behind me like this. Although the demon Marchioness had given me quite a bit of face by standing there out of friendship, her demon subordinates acted as if they had seen a ghost when they saw their master's appearance. A berserker demon even viciously slapped himself with his claws, causing half of his eyeball to explode. This was especially so when I saw how the demon lords were on guard when they saw Eliza. This caused my vanity to rise slightly, but judging from the icy yet familiar gaze behind me, it seemed that I had unknowingly offended her yet again. I'm sorry that I'm not 100 meters tall and have 4 legs. It's such a pity that I can't stomp you to death. I actually know a volcano lord that fits your requirements. I heard that he has more than 2,000 tons of meat, is more than 300 meters tall, and his hooves are covered in lava. Should I introduce him to you? As expected of a family. Your interests are becoming more and more similar to Bayfing's. This familiar, venomous tongue really made me miss it. But I had to seriously state that I had absolutely nothing to do with Bayfong. It was already enough that there was only one man like Bayfong in the world. Another man on the calamity rankings wouldn't be enough. I was clearly a normal person. A tree, Amelia, a slime cat, and your own half-demon relative, Renee. Your tastes are even heavier than Bayfing's. Heavier than Bayfing's tastes. This heavy blow caused me to bend over. I started to doubt my own life. However, considering that there was an important guest in front of me, this wasn't the time to be fooling around. At the very least, I maintained a solemn expression without any change in my expression. Is the Lord of Despair here? His incarnation is currently on a mission. He'll probably be a bit late. You should know about that mission as well." I nodded. Of the 4 demon lords that we had agreed to meet, 3 had arrived. Not only that, they had all come in their true bodies. They were filled with sincerity. Even the last demon lord was carrying out a mission as planned. It would seem that we could directly proceed to the next step. Notify Orlos and Air. It's time for our grand plan to begin. Before I could finish speaking, the sky suddenly darkened as a gigantic black dragon poked its head out of the sky. Its scorching dragon breath blew away the clouds as countless dragons descended from the sky. It would seem that the demon lords had finally noticed that something was wrong with the situation and had come to us to question us. It would seem that we'll have to deal with the small problem before us first. Chapter 435. While the Dragon World was in dire straits, the Bardi capital, which was just a wall away from the Dragon World, which had existed for countless years, fell into silence. Or perhaps it should be said that it was being purged. Unlike the silence of the past, after the Dragon World lost the eastern battlefront, the Royal Knight in the capital began to act on a large scale. The entire city was under martial law and curfew. The princes who tried to take advantage of the situation were all dragged to the streets and executed in public. The venomous Scorpion Emperor, Orlos XIII, who seemed to have transformed into a nice guy, once again showed the world his viciousness. Halent shall become the new emperor. When the eastern battlefront was lost and a storm was brewing, the old emperor resisted all the pressure and reiterated his opinion to the Bardi citizens and domain lords. Directly opposing? Kill. Talk behind their backs? Kill. A prince colluding with a domain lord? Kill. Only complaining to his servants and friends in his own residence? Same kill. The old emperor who always had a smile on his face, a kind old man who was even able to smile when he was being assassinated, was currently sipping tea in his study, smiling as he said kill one after another. The royal knight, who was just as crazy, also silently carried out the killing missions, even if it meant hanging children who weren't even 10 years old yet on the city walls, even if it meant crushing a knight's honor and spirit. Anyone who doubts Halen's succession will be executed without question, regardless of status, age, or achievements. This was Emperor Orlos's will, and the royal knights silently carried out his will. Even if the Bardi people couldn't understand Emperor Orlos's sudden and insane actions, they were unable to directly look at the sudden slaughter, especially when the major domain lords' hostages had recently been slaughtered because they had colluded with the prince. This caused the major nobles at the border to be enraged. If this continued, the Bardi Empire would have internal strife before the Holy War's allied armies and the undead empire attacked. Just what was the wise old emperor doing? Was he destroying the empire that he had spent his entire life building? Even the Dragon Knight, who had always remained neutral by Halen's side, was unable to understand the old emperor's sudden madness. However, due to the knight's spirit of loyalty, he was unable to stop the old emperor. But everyone knew that this wasn't normal and it wouldn't last long. Perhaps if things continued like this, even if Helen succeeded in inheriting the throne, as long as the old emperor died, the berserk massacres and oppression would cause Helen to suffer a tragic end. Miracle Hand's death caused everyone to sigh in amazement, sorrow, and helplessness, but it also greatly helped Helen and Bardi. The Holy Light's unstoppable will was stopped. Even if it was only for a short instant, Estrada had sacrificed himself to obtain victory for the mortals. Bardi had also lost the threat of Estrada's sharp sword, which had been so close to Bardi. This should calm the old emperor down. However, there were some things that exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did the old emperor not stop, he even intensified his actions. Those who take advantage of the crisis to drive up prices and hoard? Kill. Someone who has a close relationship with the nobles and is related by blood? Kill. He didn't do anything, but he had a high position of authority and might affect Halen's succession in the future? Kill. Emperor Orlas had a kind expression on his face as he watched his adopted sons kill each other for 20 years. Yet he still smiled and said the word kill as he watched the capital flow with rivers of blood. Even when Halent, the other person involved in this incident, went over to argue with him, Orlas didn't change at all. Instead, Halent locked himself in his room and refused to leave. If the future Bardi wants to survive, only Halent can inherit the throne. As for how Halent came to inherit the throne, that's not important at all. As for myself, just wait and see. In the entire Bardi Empire, only a few people were allowed to enter Orlas's study and listen to him slowly explain his thoughts. Right now, the old emperor was currently listening to the reports of the leader of the secret agents and the leader of the Night Order. Based on the information our spies have gathered, Duke Kaif and Count Bolin have both temporarily stopped gathering their private troops because they're unable to figure out your current goal. It seems that they're worried that you'll treat them as your primary target if they stand out. But some things are no different from what we predicted. As long as you leave, they'll definitely rebel. They're only temporarily stopping their actions. Those old fellows. Forget it. How's the daily trade situation in the Bardi Empire? The prices of goods are still around twice what they were before. Not bad. After a bunch of those unscrupulous merchants died, the prices of goods have become much more stable. The prices of goods have dropped from 25 times what they were before to 1, 3 times what they were before. Not to mention, with your high-pressure policies and His Highness Halent's personally written promise, most of them have already secretly pledged their loyalty to His Highness. As long as you remove their claws and teeth, the merchants who don't have much status to begin with won't be able to do anything. At the very least, it won't be a problem for the time being. What about those useless brats of mine? Those who might be a threat have all been executed. The rest have all announced that they're no longer related to the Bardi royal family. All the princes are currently under surveillance. But in contrast to this, your reputation, some commoners are already calling you the White Dragon. White Dragon. A child-eating white dragon. Orlas nodded, but didn't ask any more questions. In fact, he didn't even look at the report as he lowered his head and sipped on his tea. For someone like him, who had already given up on everything, such slander was nothing to him. What he was about to do next would be even more outrageous. Perhaps he would become the #1 tyrant and idiot in all of Bardi's history. But for the sake of his grand plan, what did it matter if outsiders couldn't understand or slander him? The elderly man slowly closed his eyes and didn't ask anything else. Everyone else understood and left. When the study returned to silence, 3 people walked out from the secret room. From a certain standpoint, these 3 people were the true core members of the entire Bardi Empire. Pope Amoya I of the Southern Church had once been the head administrator of the Bardi Empire's royal court. He was Orlas's sworn brother, and Amoya was also Orlas's most trusted individual. Amoya controlled the entire Southern Church and the Bardi Empire's religious power. You've worked hard. It's already better than I expected. I'll have to trouble you with the Southern Church, thanks to Miracle Hand's sacrifice. Currently, Pope Amoya had an exhausted expression. The Southern Church had placed so much hope on the Bardi Empire, but they had suffered such a heavy blow in the first battle. If it wasn't for Estrada's sacrifice, which stabilized the Southern Church's morale, it was likely that the Southern Church would have faced major problems. Another elderly mage who wore a purple Roland cloak was called the Fool. He was also the Bardi Mage Guild leader, but he was unusually low-key. Very few people had seen his true appearance. Now he finally revealed his true appearance, but he was a silver-haired old man who didn't seem special at all. But if the Holy Church's heretical judges saw him, it was likely that all the rabid dogs in the Bardi Empire would come out in full force. But if Roland had been here, there would have been much more room for discussion with him. That's right, he was Salius, the mad mage Salius, the fool who knew too much yet still dared to say it. I'm afraid that I'll have to trouble you to deal with the Mage Guild and the Mage Country. We made you break your oath and come back, and I know. There's no need to say more. Some things are fated and cannot be avoided. Since all of you are willing to gamble, how can this old man back down? But it's a pity. Back then, when Estrada forced me to swear to live in seclusion, I never thought that this day would come. The old mage who was treated as a lunatic had a head full of neat and shiny silver hair. His extravagant robe was also neat and tidy, which was rare for a mage. However, at this moment, when Salius thought about his old friend ending up in such a state, he shook his head with a pained expression. What a pity, what a pity. In the end, he could only make such an evaluation. Teacher, my condolences. We're all the same. In a sense, he's just a step ahead of us. This is something to be happy about. Perhaps very few people knew that Orlos had studied in the Cloud Tower when he was young. In fact, he had even become the disciple of the reclusive Archmage Salius with the help of some people. Emperor Orlos. The final person who got closer wasn't someone from Bardi at all. It was Time's Up. The originally dazzling emerald on Lilith Milan's arm was beginning to lose its brilliance. The cracks on the emerald gradually expanded. Soon, this Gemini cat's eye emerald, which was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, would become worthless scraps. This unique magical gemstone was a pair of twin gemstones. If one was destroyed, the other would also be destroyed. This was an incredibly rare and precious communication device. The final product would require an astronomical amount of gold coins to create half a knight squadron. The fact that such a one-time use communication device could be used spoke volumes about the severity of this situation. There was only one possibility for this emerald to become scraps. Roland, who was in Dragon World, had crushed the other emerald. The entire grand scheme had been activated by Orlos. The current Lilith Milan wasn't only the representative of Roland and the Church of Law. Her familiar extravagant court attire and royal insignia doubtlessly indicated one thing. She had already returned to the Bardi royalty. Lilith. Sister, I'll have to trouble you. As one of the only two pure-blooded members of the Bardi royalty, please temporarily act as regent for Helent before he truly matures. Lilith Milan. No, it should be said that Crown Princess Lilith, who was also the regent, nodded. If it was possible, she didn't want to get involved in such trouble at all. However, this person before her had used his own ideals and sacrifices to convince her. She felt that if she didn't do something at this time, she would be letting down her deceased family members. The old emperor looked around and sighed. He knew that this would probably be the last time he would see this study and his friends again. I never expected that after enduring for my entire life, I would still have to endure in the end. Tell me, I'm not a good emperor. Of course, Your Majesty. Without you, there wouldn't be the Bardi Empire of today. Perhaps the night will be long, and perhaps countless mad dogs will come out to tear at your corpse. However, dark clouds will never be able to block out the sun forever. In the end, your reputation for wisdom will once again spread throughout this land. Pope Orlos, the former butler of the Bardi Empire, bowed slightly. His squinted eyes were filled with tears. Orlos, why be troubled by the opinions of those fools? I've always been proud of you. Salius, who wasn't good with words, paused for a moment before nodding in a certain tone. I know that you don't care about such empty reputations, but I do feel that you're amazing, even more amazing than I am. The old emperor smiled in delight at receiving the affirmation of his teacher and old friend. Perhaps the world wouldn't understand his choice, but it was enough to have one true friend in life. Wasn't it enough for him to have these two family members who understood him? That's enough. For the sake of the mortal world, allow me to destroy all the Dragon World portals. Dragon World portals? That's right, the dimensional door leading to Dragon World. If all the dimensional doors and dimensional coordinates leading to another dimension were lost, that dimension would also disappear from the mortal plane's view. And if all the dimensional doors leading to Dragon World were destroyed, that would mean that the dragons would lose their 3 main gathering grounds. That would also mean that the entire mortal plane would lose its connection to that dimension. This wouldn't have been possible in any ordinary plane. After all, there were countless random connections between the 2 planes. But the dragons just happened to be in control of this plane, so they also maintained all the dimensional gates and teleportation points. And these 3 teleportation points were all located in the Bardi Empire. They were guarded by the dragons and dragons. That's right, Evelyn was one of the guards, as well as the strongest guard. And it was obvious that the dragons had chosen the wrong person. Establishing a connection to another dimension would require a large amount of time, at least 2 or 3 years. And the Titan giants were about to revive. Once the dragons lost their reinforcements, that would mean that all the dragons in Dragon World would be doomed. This was far beyond the dragons' expectations. The dragons' wrath would definitely descend upon the Bardi Empire. And perhaps the reason why they chose Halent as the next emperor was far simpler than expected. It was simply because he had a half-dragon bloodline, and it was possible that the dragons would accept him and protect this country. As for Halent, who had committed such an incomprehensible crime, he would naturally become the dragon's target for revenge. In fact, due to the missing Roland and the absolute Gentleman Alliance mercenary group, the Northlands countries would also become enemies with Bardi. And the most dangerous part was that the dragons would be furious at being betrayed. If they weren't satisfied with just using Orlos to vent their anger, then the entire Bardi Empire might meet its end. Orlos and Bardi wouldn't receive any benefits by risking the imminent destruction of Dragon World and committing such an evil deed. In fact, the dragons who were supposed to be allies would become mortal enemies, while the Northlands countries who were supposed to be allies would become mortal enemies, at least on the surface. In that case, just what was Orlos doing? Was it all for the sake of turning Dragon World into the Titan Giants' hunting grounds so that Bardi could get rid of this ticking time bomb? How foolish and short-sighted was this? Orlos would become the most foolish emperor in all of history. The Fool? That's quite a fitting name. Teacher, perhaps I'll become the foolish emperor in the future. No, others think that I'm wise. I just want to remind myself that I'm just an idiot who thinks that he's smart. But you've seen too clearly and too far ahead. That's why even fools will view you as an idiot. This is actually proof of your wisdom. Perhaps for someone with ulterior motives, letting a foolish scheme fail in broad daylight and hanging himself on the gallows was only to hide an even more hidden scheme. The world of mortals. It's a pity that I won't be able to see him in person. As Orlos muttered to himself, he couldn't help but recall a long conversation he had with Roland. Back then, the old emperor had said something like this. Roland, to be honest, I've always liked what you said in the Southern Sect's teachings. This world belongs to mortals, and those high and mighty gods are nothing but a bunch of hypocritical fanatics. Once one side made their stance clear and opened their hearts, it would be much easier for both sides to communicate. Even Roland himself was astonished at Orlos's abilities and goals. That was why he immediately formed a bloodline alliance with Orlos. After a secret conversation that lasted the entire night, Orlos gave Roland the scheme that he had prepared for more than 10 years. Meanwhile, Roland further improved upon Orlos's plan. Finally, the so-called Grand Scheme was created. Grand Scheme? As expected of the strongest schemer in Bardi's history in the last 300 years. How daring of him! But if this scheme really succeeds, it wouldn't be wrong to call him the wisest emperor in the last 1,000 years. This was Roland's evaluation of Orlos at the time. Now, it was unknown if the wisest emperor in the last 1,000 years still existed. But Orlos, who had destroyed his own reputation step by step and handed his neck over to the guillotine, didn't hesitate, regret, or cowardly at all. Everything for the sake of the mortal world. Everything for the sake of true heaven and hell. Chapter 436. I'm different from everyone else. If there was one thing that everyone had in common, It would be that they either faintly or directly believed that they were different from everyone else, that they were special. Indeed, talent, education, and experiences were all different. But while this difference would make the world and each individual much more colorful, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. When an individual was too focused on their sense of self, it was only natural that they wouldn't be able to see the truth of others. I'm different. I was born to be above everyone else. The lives of those commoners aren't as valuable as mine. They should give everything to me. Nobles, royalty, and religious figures all had this type of expectation. Just a small amount would make them more willing to carry out their duties, but too much would make them no longer see other people as humans. Even the cruelest and most evil actions would be taken as a matter of course. I've been blessed by the god of luck. The next time, I'm definitely going to make a comeback. From a certain standpoint, gamblers and ambitious people were the same type of people. Gamblers would always believe that they would be able to make a comeback, which would make them never satisfied with what they currently had. They would constantly take risks and gamble, and in the end, they would either lose their lives and chips or win everything. Everyone had this type of blind self-awareness. This was a part of human nature. There was no right or wrong in and of itself. In fact, it would even have a positive effect on a person's growth. But as one grew older and experienced more, this type of blind self-awareness would often be ground away by harsh reality. So, I am just an ordinary person, a member of the general public. There's nothing special about me. Ordinary people understood their own limits, which was why they could only helplessly give up on the wild fantasies they had when they were young. Abilities, talent, and status. These seemingly mundane things would ultimately determine how far a person could go. But some people just happened to know from the very start where they were supposed to be, but they were still unwilling to spend their hard-to-come-by lives here. Orlos Milan was the child that his family and friends called the Jinx Orlos. But not long after he was born, he learned of his current position and his fated future, a puppet. Orlos was the 17th most powerful member of the royal family, but that didn't mean that he didn't have the right to inherit the throne. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Since he had a Grand Duke as his uncle, he was one of the top 3 most likely to inherit the throne. But when Orlos was young, his mother brought him to meet this uncle of his. This uncle looked at him abnormally coldly, as if he was a relative meeting for the first time. The way he looked at Orlos was as if he was looking at an object, as if he was looking at a tool that he could use at any time. And the way he treated Orlos and his mother afterwards was as rough as if they were goods that had already been sold for a loss. Remember, listen to me, and your life will be better. Otherwise, I can make you ascend to the throne, but I can also make you fall. For a child who longed for family love, he could not see his busy father many times, but he always heard his mother say how good his uncle was. When he first met him, this kind of situation was self-evident, but soon he adjusted. You're just using me as a tool and puppet. Is there any difference from before? As long as I play this role well and satisfy everyone, Orlos will be a good child. The ironic part was that Orlos's uncle was far too arrogant and domineering, which angered everyone. This uncle of his was the first to be eliminated from the throne, and Orlos himself ended up being killed by his own brother. He was about to die on the streets. Just as Orlos was about to die, reinforcements arrived from another dimension, allowing him to survive this calamity. Unfortunately, this assistance came with a price. From that moment onward, he learned that his country had been targeted by the undead in the shadows for over 100 years already. In fact, the undead had already infiltrated the country to the point that it was riddled with holes. As for him, what can I do? I'm still nothing more than a puppet. I've simply changed masters. From a certain standpoint, Orlos was quite enlightened. He was enlightened to the point where others would think that he was an idiot. Actually, to use what his teacher later said, it was because he saw things too clearly. And it was precisely because he saw things too clearly that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to change things. Naturally, he became quite cold and slow. In this world, which one of us isn't just a puppet that goes with the flow? Valuable or worthless chess pieces in the hands of the powerful. When Orlos first ascended to the throne, he was called the most wooden emperor in all of history. That was because he didn't do anything at all. Whatever his officials said he would do. Whatever foreign officials said, as long as they had enough power behind them, Orlos would still do the same. It was as if he was nothing more than a rubber stamp that did nothing. But actually, Orlos only quietly watched over this world and its residents. He watched as these ordinary people unknowingly became chess pieces for the powerful. But what Orlos loved the most was to go on vacation in his own private residence and chat with his neighbors who didn't know who he was. Orlos felt that those ordinary people were more alive than he was. For farmers, disaster years are much better. That's because the domain lord's harshest tax officials will let the farmers live. And in times like this, the church's priests won't go to every town to preach. Farmers won't have to give up their family's wealth just so that they won't fall into the river Styx and enter the divine kingdom. For ordinary mercenaries and rangers, although the priest's divine arts are free to them, if they don't make up for it in time, nobody will save them even if they die on the streets of the Holy Church. In contrast, for ordinary people, the potions of alchemists and herbalists are the most reliable existences. The most basic healing potions don't cost much, but they're more than enough to treat ordinary people's external injuries. But for those who steal business, it's quite easy for the church to turn them into witches and mages with unfathomable intentions. That's why most pharmacists won't do things that don't make money and also offend people. The buff potions that adventurers need, the fitness potions that important people need, and the life-saving potions are the ones that make the most money. So it turns out that my citizens don't even know which emperor has succeeded the throne. They're only worried about whether or not a natural disaster will descend, whether or not the nobles' tax officials will leave behind some money to save their lives, and whether or not the gold coins that they've secretly saved up will be enough to satisfy the priests and give them a blessing so that their souls can go to heaven and reincarnate into a good life in their next life. The powerful were also happy to see that the puppet emperor didn't do any proper work and just strolled around. But unknowingly, this allowed him to accumulate enough knowledge and wisdom among the common people. In fact, he even managed to form a faction of his own from the slums. And now that he had power in his hands, he felt somewhat ashamed as he looked at the commoners who were struggling to live. Since he had ascended to this position, he felt that he should do something. Perhaps I won't be able to change everything, but I can make everyone's lives a bit better. And so, the puppet emperor chose to make a deal. However, he wasn't only dealing with the undead lurking in the shadows. He was also dealing with the high and mighty dragons and dragon knights. And the only bargaining chip he could make was a puppet that was more obedient and useful. This was nothing more than a verbal promise. The secret assistance from the two powerful factions was quite effective. With the help of the powerful individuals who remained anonymous, the royal faction began to rise again. Then, the royal faction obtained victory in a cruel and bloody battle against the local domain lords. Orlos gradually regained his royal authority and became the emperor who wielded real power. At least on the surface, the local domain lords still seemed to respect him. But life? Isn't life still the same? I think I heard that the new domain lord is a handsome young man. I heard that he's even the king's knight. Humph. He charged double the tax the moment he arrived. That little bastard probably wants to change his castle. Old man, don't get angry and ruin your health. Nobles have always been the same for thousands of years. It's all because he was born into a good family. Orlos angrily returned to his palace. He wanted to hang that impostor who had ruined his reputation on the streets, but he didn't expect that, what? It's Kaiser Knight? Isn't he my most trusted warrior? Orlos's officials told him that the local domain lords were the only masters in their own domain. Kaiser Knight's actions were completely legal. Orlos was actually quite merciful. However, the other new knight domain lords had gone even more overboard. After all, Apart from decorating their own homes, they also have to prepare a congratulatory gift for your victory. They also have to donate as much money to the royal family as the previous emperor. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Is it my fault? Did I allow all of this to happen? Right before he fainted, Orlos felt that it would be better for him to be a puppet that didn't need to do anything. After everything, it's all my fault for trying to change the world. Perhaps it's best to not do anything at all. No, I can't be so pessimistic. There must be another way. He had tried to use war to obtain spoils of war to feed the greedy domain lords. But the end result was a new cycle. The greedy domain lords had conscripted the commoners as free cannon fodder in exchange for so-called glory and military achievements. At that moment, Orlos truly felt that he had done something wrong. For the first time, he deeply considered what went wrong with this world. Why was it that no matter what he tried to change, he would always return to the beginning? He thought that the wise mages might have an answer, so he used a shadow warrior as a substitute and hid his identity to study in the Cloud Tower. He was fortunate enough to meet Archmage Salius, who was the most knowledgeable in this field, and became his disciple. For the first time, Orlos learned that domain lords weren't the only social system in the world. Elves, dwarves, and other species all had their own systems of survival that were more suitable for them. But in this damned world, it was the most suitable for humans to live in. The strong would protect the weak, and the weak would give everything to the strong. The desire to become strong and receive special treatment caused countless new powerful individuals to emerge. Only now did Orlos learn that Bardi was already quite a powerful country. The domain lords were even more excessive in remote mountainous areas that faced powerful threats. However, the commoners who wanted to survive had to endure. So it wasn't us who chose such a social system. Rather, such a world determined such a social system. This wasn't a problem that could be easily solved. However, Orlos just so happened to find a way to solve this problem. Yep, that was to centralize all the powerful individuals in the Bardi Empire. At the very least, after so many years, Orlos had successfully implemented his idea in the Bardi Empire. Let's not consider whether his methods were right or wrong. After all, this could only be verified by time. However, his studies in the Cloud Tower didn't get rid of his old frustrations. Only new frustrations arrived. He was able to learn the truth from the mages, dragons, and undead, even if the truth was unacceptable. The Holy War? The cycle of reincarnation? What a joke! What are we humans? Wheat in the fields? Cows and sheep waiting to be slaughtered? From that moment onward, Orlos abandoned his so-called faith and the possibility of going to heaven. He began to hate the gods that were high up above, yet still did nothing. You say that you're protecting the world? That your priests are also the world's servants? But I only see your priests collecting donations everywhere. Your churches are extravagant, but your servants never do any work. Every day, all they do is chant your name and praise you. Since they're all your servants, why aren't you the ones taking care of these pigs? Do you know that old John worked so hard for his entire life, even donating his final home, all so that his son could be blessed by your priests so that he could have good luck and live 2 more years without any illnesses or disasters, so that he could go to your so-called heaven after death? A beautiful divine kingdom in heaven? I don't see that. I only see this inferno before me. Since you're unable to protect the world as you promised, then don't act like parents and interfere with this world and mortals that have nothing to do with you. Or perhaps you're just a bunch of swindlers who only promise and never give back. Or perhaps you're just shameless parasites who even swindles your so-called servants. All the nobles in the capital anxiously stood in front of that gigantic door. They had just been informed that this was the Bardi Kingdom's final trump card, a teleportation portal to the dragon world. And now, the old emperor had summoned them to discuss some important matters. After waiting for a long time, the old emperor finally arrived. But the moment he arrived, he glanced at the extravagantly dressed crowd and smiled. From a certain standpoint, the Bardi people were already living better lives. However, this wasn't because they were relying on the high and mighty gods. Rather, it was because they were a puppet emperor who struggled against the many factions in the Bardi kingdom. He used 10 years to restore peace to this chaotic country. He made the local domain lords disband most of their private armies and made the domain lords stop fighting against each other. He used nearly 30 years to make the Holy Church and other gods' churches withdraw from Bardi with the help of the undead and dragons. He secretly began to spread the teachings of pure holy light, even though this would anger the undead. That's right, undead mages were capable of controlling their own undead creations. Even though Osso's half-dead curse, blessing, had only been effective when he saved Orlos's life in order to prevent him from revealing any flaws, Osso could still take away Orlos's life at any time, but he wouldn't be able to do anything else. After all, the Emperor now had the super archmage Salius, who even Osso didn't have any confidence in. The undead had a terrible reputation for operating in the shadows. They were unable to operate under the sun, which would directly affect the Bardi kingdom. The dragons were high and mighty. As long as the undead didn't affect their interests, they couldn't be bothered to do anything. In order to escape from Osso's control, Orlos, who was half dead, secretly put on a cursed god artifact, the Crown of Thorns. This god artifact was incredibly powerful. The Crown of Thorns forcibly transformed a half-dead into a living person. Unfortunately, this living person no longer had any sense of taste or pain. From then on, the unconscious Orlos enjoyed the most delicious food, yet tasteless. He lived in the most extravagant palace, yet he didn't feel comfortable at all. No matter how extravagant his clothing was, he couldn't feel warmth or coldness. However, this also gave him an endless amount of energy to make this country better. From a certain standpoint, Roland had helped Orlos greatly by eliminating Osso. But even without Roland's appearance, it was likely that it would only have been a matter of time before Orlos and Osso became enemies. And if you looked at history, at the very least, Osso hadn't won. As a mortal who understood his own bottlenecks, Orlos's most proficient skills were patience, borrowing power, and adapting to the situation. This was how it was in history, and it was also how it was now. Unfortunately, ideals couldn't be used to make a meal. Some things were impossible to change. Right now, even though Orlos hadn't died yet, the domain lords were getting restless. They desired a new war. They refused to allow the free citizens to migrate and abolish slavery. They were still the emperors of their own territories. Even though the gods' churches no longer existed, their believers would still travel thousands of kilometers to find priests and scammers who claimed to be priests. They would exchange their blood, sweat, and tears for the words, "Child, the gods shall bless you." At this point, Orlos was unable to obtain an answer from anyone else. However, a new religion and a pamphlet from the underground attracted his attention. No churches, no contribution fees. Then how are their priests and holy warriors supposed to survive? Acting as judges and collecting intermediary fees? Providing commercial services? They don't even need to chant the name of a god? Is this still a true God's church? If the Church of Law attracted his attention, then the teachings and God's laws within it gave him hope. Those who willfully take the lives of others for their own selfish desires shall be judged harshly by the God of law. Even after death, they shall be punished by mountains of blades and seas of fire. 13 sins of God. I've finally met someone who intends to manage things. That was Orlos's first thought. But then he felt that something wasn't quite right. If sinners have to be judged after death, isn't that different from the true God's church's way of persuading people? Clearly, as long as they receive a priest's blessing and donate enough wealth, they'll be able to enter a true God's divine kingdom after death. Obviously, Wumian's teachings were far beyond what Orlos, who was only a low god at the time, was capable of. In that case, either Wumian's was spouting nonsense without caring about the consequences, or he had other intentions. Sending all sinners to hell to be punished? Although this is indeed enough to make villains fearful, This teaching is so powerful that it'll offend all the true gods. Just why is he doing this? When Orlos discovered that the Church of Law was connected to the legendary Roland, he obtained Roland's notes and manuscripts from the Church of Pure Holy Light. After communicating with Roland, Orlos finally decided to participate in Roland's insane plan. The heavens and earth are heartless and fate has no eyes. The gods only wish to harvest faith and souls. Why would they care about how mortals live? Sinners and villains can obtain things that poor people can't even buy with their entire lives just by spending some money and praising a god's name. What need is there to believe in such a god? We mortals can only rely on ourselves. Orlos's body trembled as he stood on the stage. Behind him was the wide-open dimensional door. As he looked at the dense crowd before him, he couldn't help but recall his discussion with Roland. Roland, actually, I've always liked what you said in the Southern sect's teachings. This world belongs to mortals, and those high-up gods are nothing more than hypocritical fanatics. They're worshipped by mortals, but they're bound by their own concepts. They've been restricted by the rules of order, becoming slaves in a different sense. That's why I've never counted on them from the very start. Orlos paused for a moment. He had read that sloppily written script far too many times, and he could already recite it by heart. However, what he looked forward to was what followed. He wanted to hear Roland's choice and thoughts after the passage of time. At the time, Roland had laughed as well. He could faintly see a shadow of himself in this old emperor. People of the same kind would always be able to easily communicate with each other. And so, Roland got straight to the point. The only people we can count on are ourselves. Since there's no such thing as kindness, righteousness, or morality in this world, we'll create inferior divine laws and human laws. Since the wicked and sinners of this world won't be judged or punished, then let's create a hell that sinners will fear. Even if this means becoming enemies with all the gods, even if we become the world's public enemy? Of course, but we're not the world's public enemy. Won't you become my companion? No, since this is a criminal conspiracy with the ultimate goal of the world's order as our goal, I should say that we're accomplices. From then on, all the participants and executors of this plan, Roland, Orlos, and Evelyn, all referred to each other as accomplices. It seemed that in their eyes, this was a term more trustworthy than allies. And as Orlos chatted with his aunt, he understood even more about Lilith's stubbornness. Lilith, sister, you said that if our goal is achieved and a new cycle of reincarnation replaces the old one, that sinners will be punished in hell, and that kind-hearted people will be able to live in a beautiful paradise and truly obtain a better afterlife. In that case, people like us can directly ascend to heaven, right? To everyone's surprise, Lilith shook her head. No, that person said himself that he's already left a place for himself in hell. It's said that he hasn't even forgotten where his cat is. With how he's doing things, and considering what you've done, it's likely that you'll be neighbors with him for a very long time. That's really good news to be happy about. Orlos could still remember laughing so hard at that moment. This was the first time in so many years that he'd been so happy. Perhaps this was because this was the first time he'd heard that a criminal who had committed so many crimes was going to be punished in hell, even if that criminal was himself. Accomplices? Perhaps we'll even be prison mates in the future. Orlos's self-mockery came to an end. He knew that his time had come to an end. Perhaps, starting tomorrow, I'll become the most foolish person in the world in the eyes of the world. Still, it's not like nobody remembers me. Accomplices, I'll be leaving first. I'll be waiting for you in hell. When the old man gently tore open the crown of thorns, the entire world was destined to be changed.